Commissioners, city staff, guests. I'd like to call the Birmingham City Commission of December 7 to order. Could you please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. City staff, guests. I'd like to under God, liberty and justice for all. Liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll? Before you do that, Alex, please, as a reminder, state the city that you're in. And also, Commissioner Baller had a family emergency as he's preparing to join us for the Zoom. So unfortunately, he would not be joining us in this evening meeting. Go ahead, Alex, please.
Mayor Boutros.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
In Birmingham, Michigan.
Commissioner Baylor is absent. Commissioner Hoff.
Here, Birmingham.
Commissioner Host.
Birmingham, Michigan, yes.
Commissioner Nikita.
Here, in Birmingham, Michigan.
Commissioner Sherman.
Here, Birmingham, Michigan.
Okay, thanks, Alex. With that, we go to proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations, and confirmations, administration of oath, introduction of guests, and announcement. We'll start with our announcement for tonight. As we know, the city has reinstated the hotline to provide residents with information about city and county COVID-19 resources. Elderly, quarantine, and immunocompromised individuals are encouraged to use the hotline to request assistance with essential functions and obtaining necessary supplies. They can call 248-530-1805. And they can do so Monday through Friday from the hours of 8 a.m. in the morning till 5 p.m. in the evening, excluding holidays. Our next announcement is the City Commission. Overall, on my behalf and the City Commission would like to thank Mr. J.C. Cataldo, my dear friend, Mr. Cataldo, for 12 years of service on the Triangle District Corridor Improvement Authority. We can't thank you enough. I see a lot of people walk in town, but I think you beat everybody because every time I'm driving, I see you walking. But many more healthy years so you can walk down all over, and we can't thank you enough for all you've done to the city. Also, we have the City Commission would like to thank Ms. Lauren Keener for her 4 years of service on the Stormwater Appeals Board. Thank you. The City Commission also plans to recognize departing of our wonderful city manager, Mr. Joe Valentine, for his exceptional work and service to the city of Birmingham at the beginning of the regularly scheduled City Commission meeting, which is our next meeting on December 21st, 2020, and that will be our last meeting for the year. And our last announcement, I'll defer that to Mayor Pro Tem Long as she can.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. In our normal course of, as we do in our normal order, we recognize birthdays of the commissioners, and I would like to recognize that Mayor Boutros has a birthday later this week. And I would like to note that he has declined to have us sing for him as it doesn't work so well over Zoom, but we would all like to congratulate Mayor Boutros on his upcoming birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. All right. Only growing younger. With that, we go to our next appointments, which we have the first appointment is for the Birmingham Triangle District Improvement Authority. And we have two applicants, Mr. Samuel O. and Mr. Kip Kentrick. And I believe Mr. Kentrick is a reappointment. He's been a member since 2013. But is Mr. Samuel O with us? If you're with us, please tell us your interest and tell us a little bit about yourself and why would you like to join them?
Yeah, I'm right here. It's you guys don't need the video on. I could just speak to you all. Is this all right, or?
Yeah, can you, we'd rather see you, Mr. O, if you have a video, but if not, it's acceptable.
Well, it seems like it's not being allowed. It was disabled. The host is disabled, it says.
Miss Eric, can you, or Alex? Here we go.
Oh.
I can see you now. All right.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Yes, I am applying to help the development of the Triangle District. I live in the Triangle District. I have since 2013. Initially, the reason why I'm applying is because in the Triangle District, there was a Todd's Room that used to be a Baker Square that's right behind my home. And it was kind of not being used very well for the longest time. And then all of a sudden they painted this ugly building pink. And when they paint an ugly building pink, it doesn't make it look much better. And the residents were not too happy about it. And they never asked for permission to do this. And I find that the root of the problem is that we don't have a plan in which we're executing on. It's not the type of development that, or it's not the type of progress we're looking for. So what I like to do is somehow encourage the city to have a master developer consolidate all the shareholders around the area and try to actually execute on the plan that we have, or come to some type of compromise in which progress gets done. Many of the residents who live here came to live in the area thinking that this area would progress in that development, and we would like to assist. I would like to assist in that, and we would like to, as a community, like to assist in that. And it's taken a long time, and it's becoming a little frustrating lately. Just a little bit of my background. I hold a master's degree in architecture and real estate development from the University of Michigan. I worked for a Fortune 100 company in the development department. Right now, I am a family office manager, and my wife is an executive at Beaumont, and she currently is heading testing, distribution, and verification of all the COVID-19 vaccines. If there's any questions,
Thank you, Mr. O. We appreciate your presentation. Commissioner Sherman, you had a question from Saul?
Do you know what the Triangle Corridor Improvement Authority's mission is?
Specifically, no, I don't know what, if there is a, would you like to tell me?
And I asked because you indicated you were concerned about the development of the area. The Corridor Improvement Authority was actually implemented originally to get parking into the into the Triangle District.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not to control the development within the district. Is that still something that you're interested in?
Yes, I mean, getting parking into the district is very important for the development of the district. Without parking, there's no way that certain types of developments can happen.
And have you reviewed the plan that was developed it's 7-8 years ago for this area?
I did peruse it over, but it's a very long document, so I wouldn't say I'm an expert on it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
Yes, I have a question. Mr. O, on your application, I can't read exactly what you said. In the reason for your interest, you said that you are the Triangle District President. Probably that's your residential homeowners?
No, I don't believe I said that.
Resident? Oh, resident. Oh, you're a resident. Okay, but the next sentence is what I don't know. I want to end land something. Is it banking?
Yes, absolutely. I do want to end land banking within the area because it seems like a lot of people have been holding on to property, looking to maybe profit off once development starts. And I am, and with many other residents around the area, very frustrated at the blight that continues in the area, which is it's not the highest use of properties around the area. There are many empty buildings around the area. It's just, there's a lot of land banking. It's just, it's not good for the community.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Nikita, go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's just following up on the, just want to make sure that you're aligning what this the intention of this position and what it is that you're interested in. I think going to that question, I just wanted to know, you said you did have a chance to take a look at the Triangle District Master Plan that we've created. You said you've looked through that?
Correct.
Okay, and I understand that you said that it is an extensive enough document. There's plenty of information there. Just curious on you have a number of key ideas or thoughts on what should happen or what isn't happening or should happen in the district. Do you find yourself aligned with the thinking of the plan, or do you have issues with the plan? Do you know enough about the plan to have that determination or that thought?
I think it's a good plan. It took a lot of work to develop a plan, and a master plan is definitely a good first step. But like I said before, I think there needs to be a master developer that can execute on the wholeness of the plan instead of having all these separate stakeholders, because having them do what they want, having all separate interests, I don't think aligns with the plan unless somebody is somehow able to get them to compromise and agree to a certain type of master plan. I think that's very important. And yes, I do believe that the plan itself in some ways may be hindering the development of the area, because if it's too rigid in its thinking and there's no compromise within the stakeholders, we may be at a forever standstill. And that's just my absolute candid opinion about it. But I do like the plan. I think it's something that we should shoot for.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yeah, I just want to ask a question because I'm not remembering a whole lot of activity from this Birmingham Triangle District Corridor Improvement Authority, and Commissioner Sherman is on it. So can you just refresh our memory? How often does it meet?
Normally, in the past, it's met a few times during the year. We haven't met since 2017.
Oh, wow.
The idea originally was we had set an assessment district, only we didn't have the development to make it go. So the project has really been on hold while we wait to see future development in the area. We also, just if I can continue, we had issues with Oakland County not agreeing to allow us to capture the revenue that we were expecting to capture. So it really minimized the effect of the Corridor Improvement Authority. We were only going to capture our own tax revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman.
I think it's important that Mr. O know this, that this is not, at this point, a real active committee.
Correct. And Mr. O, if I just want to read the first paragraph to really what you're applying to, kind of the authority of this corridor improvement. What is it? It reads, the authority shall operate to correct and prevent deterioration in business districts, to redevelop the city's commercial corridors and promote economic growth pursuant to Act 280 of the Public Acts. So kind of just want to make sure, as from what you heard, with Commissioner Hoff's question to Commissioner Sherman as the how many times they met, it hasn't been inactive. Not that we're discouraging you by any mean. I hope just
Oh,
to
no,
clarify,
absolutely. Yes.
to clarify that this is what you're applying to, and to clarify what you're applying to. And
Okay.
if these two segments are clear in your head, we may continue to interview the reappointment of the second applicant, and unless there's any further questions from the commissioner to you. But you're any hesitation, Mr. O, or you're clear on what it is?
I have no hesitation at all. In fact, the reason why I am applying because this is out of the frustration of having nothing done for so long.
And I
So
hope
I want to try to get something done, please.
all right, I hope we do. I hope
you.
we do. So with that, commissioners, any other questions for Mr. O? Seeing none, we'll go to the next applicant, which is, as I mentioned, he's been on the board since 2013. Mr. Kentrick, are you with us?
I am. I'm not-
Please, if we can see you, that'd be great. Here we go. And then the floor is yours. Tell us a little bit of background, and probably you can elaborate more on what you just heard of all the questions and the activities that have been happening on that committee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a lifelong resident of Birmingham. I lived in the district as a resident for a number of years and have owned a building over on Adams, an office building that we just recently sold, and had that building for 20 some odd years as well. Very interested, and obviously in the past have been invested in the Triangle District. I'm a small businessman. I have my own business and understand small business, and I have a good interest and would like to serve again if it's possible.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kentrick, for your interest in continuing. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Kentrick? Commissioner Hoff, go ahead with your question.
I have a question. Since Mr. Cantrick is a former
Yes.
business owner in the Triangle District, that doesn't prevent him from being on this authority, but he probably shouldn't be identified as having an ownership in the Triangle District. Or do you currently?
Mr. Cantrick, as Commissioner Hoff, curious to know if you still own a business, because if you're applying as a resident, then you cannot say that you're applying as a resident and you still have ownership in the business. Do you currently have?
I understand I do not. I'm a resident of Birmingham currently, but do not own a business in the Triangle District currently.
Okay. Did that answer your question, Commissioner Hoff?
It did.
Okay. Any other questions from other commissioners to Mr. Kentrick? Okay, seeing none. Commissioners, Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Mr. Cantrick as a resident of the development area for the four-year term to expire December 15th, 2024.
24. Oh, it's on the second page. Yes, thank you for mentioning that. Commissioner Hoff.
Well, he's not a resident of the area. His residence is on Lakeside.
Oh, excuse
So
me.
I think that we just have to be sure at least one of the members shall be a resident of the area or of an area within a half a mile of any part of the development area. So I think it means he can be
But he's
a
been.
member just as a resident of Birmingham, but I'm
Resident,
not
right.
certain on that. Also, members shall be appointed by the mayor, subject to approval by the city commission. So the mayor is supposed to select who the two people are, or who there are 4 vacancies,
Right.
5 vacancies.
Commissioner Sherman, you had your hand raised.
I was going to raise the same point that Commissioner Hoff just raised. This is the mayor's appointment, not the commission's. So if you will make the appointments, and then we can concur.
All right, I guess I was not aware of that myself. And I'll be gladly to make the appointments. I would like to make the appointment and like to a resolution to concur with my appointment of Mr. Cantrick, who is a resident of Birmingham, and to serve the term that 4-year term to expire December 15, 2024. And I would also like to appoint Mr. O, who is also a resident, for a term to expire December 15, 2023.
Mayor, Commissioner Hoff has her hand raised.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Hoff.
Yeah, Mayor, according to what we've been told, the people have to be a resident of the development area. That's what it states. I'm not positive if that's the way it stands, but in accordance with what we are doing, we are appointing people who are residents of the development area. Now, I would say that Mr. O is a resident of the development area because he lives on Hazel. But I don't believe that Lakeside is in the development area. So unless there can be an exception.
So Mr. Cantrick, you did not move. You've been living there, but the reason you were on that, just to clarify, is because you had a business in that area. Now you don't have a business. So that's the conflict here that Commissioner Hoff is raising. And I guess I will clarify that in a second. Commissioner Sherman.
If I may, as the commission member of this authority, the rules for appointment are that a majority of the members must be within the district, either living in the district or have a business interest or property in the district. So
Okay.
that's the majority. As long as we are in that position where the majority has satisfies that criteria, Mr. Cantrell can continue to serve, and I would encourage it.
Okay. So we're all clear on that? We don't need a roll call, do we? We don't.
Do we have a motion?
No, Commissioner Nikita?
Well, just to be clear about this, every one of these that we have available for appointment require a regular member who's a resident shopper, resident owner, or I'm sorry, resident, and every one of them is a resident except for one, which is an owner or a business interest, ownership or having a business interest. So just to be clear, I guess to Commissioner Sherman's point, how much can we deviate? Because I don't see how Mr. Cantrick fits any of those according to our requirements here. So I'm just to be clear, unless we deviate from that, and if we can deviate from that, I'm not sure legally, but all of them are required to be residents or within, or a resident of the development area or within a half a mile. It specifically says a resident, and the only one is the final one, the last one, which says ownership or a business interest, which from what I gather, Mr. Cantrick sold his interest, so doesn't have an interest in the area. So I just asked the question logistically and legally, how would Mr. Cantrick fit?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so it says that not less than a majority of the members, so not less than a majority of the members shall be persons having an ownership or business interest in property located in the development area. And not less than one of the members shall be a resident of the development area. There's nowhere
Correct.
in the requirements that says everyone must be a resident within the development area, and that was never the intention.
And that's exactly what I'm reading, Commissioner Sherman. It says no less than one. So, okay, we need to move on with this. With Commissioner Nikita, I mean, it's very clear here. It says not less than one of the members shall be a resident of the development area.
Well,
So,
if I could, just to be clear, then the items that we have here, none of those say that. So what we would have to do is set up the appointment with the alternative terminology and not what's written on our agenda. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I'm gathering. Okay.
Mayor Boutros, if I may.
go ahead.
I think where the confusion lies is if we look at page 3A of the full agenda packet, that is where it talks about not less than a majority of the members as part of the requirements,
Correct.
as well as the criteria. But if you go on to the next page where it says suggested action, all of those detail resident of. So the suggested action makes it seem as though only those who are residents of the development area or ownership or within a half a mile.
Yes.
So I think the clarification is that the suggested action sounds limiting, but what would be the controlling language is the criteria qualifications is listed on page 3A.
Yes, is that clear, Commissioner Nikita?
Yes, I think we just have to state the correct terminology, not what's written on our agenda. So I guess that's the discrepancy that I'm seeing.
Thank you, Mary, for clarifying that, because you're right, this is what confused things. All right, so with that, commissioners, any motion? Commissioner Host,
If you want, I'll make a motion to approve your appointments. And by the way, I think both of these gentlemen, we're lucky to have them. Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner Host. Any second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sherman. Any comment on the motion by the commissioners? Any comment on the motion by the public? Seeing none? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Do I need to do this for each person one at a time?
Yes, you do. Let's do, actually, we need two motions. Commissioner Sherman, go ahead, please.
You have one motion to concur in your appointments. You only need one roll call vote here.
All right, let's do it so. Go ahead, Alex.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor absent, Commissioner Hoff, Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, Alex. Congratulations, Mr. O. And Mr. Kentrick, our clerk will be in contact with you to have you take the oath, okay? She will coordinate that at a later time. Thank you for your interest and for making a difference here.
Thank you.
Yep, good luck. All right, with that, we go to our second appointment for the Board of Review. We have two applicants, and actually they're both reapplying. We have Mr. Guy De Placido, has been a member since 1994. And we have Lester Ritchie, been a member since 2015. And is Mr. De Placido with us? I guess not. Is Mr. Ritchie with us? Commissioners, they're both reapplicants. So Commissioner Sherman?
I've had the pleasure of serving with Guy DePlacido, and I will be pleased to nominate him to re-up on the Board of Review.
Okay. Any other nomination? Commissioner Nikita?
Yes, I'll nominate Mr. Ritchie.
And by Commissioner Nikita. And that's for both 3-year term expiring December 31st, 2023. They're all the same. All right, commissioners, I guess we will take them in the order they were nominated. We'll go for Mr. Ritchie, nominated by Commissioner Sherman. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
That's good. We're not voting for Mr. Ritchie. Commissioner Sherman nominated Mr. DePlacido.
Mr. Ritchie, nominated by Commissioner Nikita. Sorry, yes.
So who are we voting for?
For Mr. Ritchie, let's go for Mr. Ritchie, nominated by Mr. Nikita.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor absent. Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you. And now we'll take the roll call for Mr. Guy DePlacido, nominated by Commissioner Sherman.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor absent, Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
and Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you, Alex. With that, we go to item C under appointments for the Board of Zoning Appeals. And we have 2 applicants, Mr. Jerry Attia and Ms. Erin Rodenhouse. All right, is Mr. Attia with us?
He is not.
No. Okay. Is Miss Erin Rodenhouse with us?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm here. Yes.
All right. I think Commissioner would like to hear from you. I think we postponed this last time for this time to have 2 applicants in front of us. But unfortunately, Mr. Attia couldn't make it. So would like to hear from you, Ms. Rodenhouse. Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested, please, in the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Sure. Yes, thank you. I'm an appellate attorney at Collins Einhorn in Southfield, Michigan. And I am admitted into the 6th Circuit. And obviously I practice before the Michigan Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals and our Michigan federal courts, the Eastern District and the Western District. I've lived in Birmingham since 2009. I have 3 children, and my son just graduated from Seaholm High School. So, and now he attends University of Michigan. And I really love this community and I wanted to give back. And when I looked at the available positions, I thought, well, I'm great at appeals. That's what I do. It's my bread and butter. So I thought, well, this would be a good fit. And so, I've reviewed section, let me see, I believe it's chapter 126 of the City Code and ordinances for the Board of Zoning Appeals. And I think it would be a really good fit for me in terms of my interests and where I have my strengths. So just by way of background, additionally, I'm a graduate of University of Detroit Mercy Law School. I was on law review, and then I was a law clerk for the Honorable John A. Murphy in Wayne County. That's where I really learned how to do appellate work. I handled all of his appeals from the district court to the circuit court, and obviously all his motions for summary disposition. So that's really, I bring to the table thoughtful analysis, and I'm just a really careful researcher and thoughtful person. I thought this would be a good fit. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have for me as you make your decision.
Thank you, Ms. Rodenhouse. Commissioners, questions for Ms. Rodenhouse? Commissioner Hoff?
I don't have a question for Ms. Rodenhouse, but I am going to nominate her. I think, I know I served on the Board of Zoning Appeals, and I think this is an alternate position. Ms. Rodenhouse, are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware. I read the application.
Okay. And I see that we have all men serving on the Board of Zoning Appeals, and I would like to see a woman on. And so I will nominate her. I think she's very well qualified.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoff. Any other nomination? Commissioner Nikita?
Well, I think we have an existing member who's on the, we have a current member that's that's looking for reappointment, and as is our consistent policy, for as long as I know, that unless there's a reason why we won't continue with a appointee that's already on a particular board, it's very unusual that we would not continue their service. Mr. Attia was appointed in earlier last year, or I'm sorry, middle of last year. So he's been on the board for a year and a half now, and this is a reappointment. So I think concurring with or aligning with what we typically do and what we have done, unless there's a reason otherwise, usually dealing with some reason why they can't serve, can't continue, I would say that that this is aligned with what we often or typically do. So with that in mind, I would move to appoint or to nominate Mr. Attia.
Right, before we go there, let's see, Commissioner Hoff, do you still have questions? Go ahead.
I agree with you, Commissioner Nikita, in most cases, but my nomination of Ms. Rodenhouse was specific because Mr. Attia has been on, but if he had been here, I would ask him if he had a conflict, because he has only been able to attend 27% of the meetings in the year and a half that he's been on. He has not been available almost all of 2020. My thinking is maybe he had a conflict this year, but since he's not here, I can't ask him that. But I saw that attendance at the meetings appears to be a problem. He did not attend any of the meetings from February until he did attend in October. So for that reason, I thought that in addition to what I said before, I would like to nominate Ms. Rodenhouse.
Okay, Commissioner Nikita, go ahead.
So to be fair to our existing members of our committees, maybe we may want to, because that's a fair point and that's a fair assessment, and surely attendance is important, although for an alternate, that's not always a requirement. A full member, of course, that would be significant, but alternates have more variety and more flexibility. Maybe we postpone this until Mr. Attia, just out of respect for our existing members of our committee and our boards, to possibly, I would suggest the possibility of putting this off until he's available, so we can ask him questions about his potential availability going forward.
Well, may I ask the clerk if this is the second time we postponed this.
Right.
I believe he was aware of the first time, he's aware of this time. Did he communicate with us at all, his reasoning of not being able to attend tonight?
It's been hard to get a hold of him, and it was hard to get more information out of him as well. Like the first time he submitted his application and it was missing some details. And so it's been just hard to get in touch with him to get more information and not delay other people that want to participate.
Right. Thank you, Alex, for just clarifying. I respect what Commissioner Nikita is saying as, an existing member already, but we just have to make sure he couldn't make it to the first appointment, he couldn't make it to the second, and no reasoning of not contacting us. That's a big concern for me too. It's a big concern that also he had not attended at all. I'm looking at his attendance. I had similar concern as Commissioner Nikita. So I'm not sure. He might have very valid reasons, and I respect that. I wish he was here that we can ask him questions. But Commissioner, it's upon your discretion how to move forward. Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah, I have similar concerns about his attendance. What I would suggest we do, as we've done in the past, is we've heard from Ms. Rodenhouse and appreciate her being here tonight. We would ask Mr. Attia to be at the next meeting, and Ms. Rodenhouse would not have to attend, and then we could make a determination as to what to do. If Mr. Attia is not available or we can't reach him, then the decision is kind of made at that point. But one of the things I would note with his attendance, on most of the times when he was unavailable, he would have been a voting member if he had actually been there. So it took them down from 7 to 6 each time because there were other people who were not available to be at those meetings. We have a number of people whose attendance has been this year that have been absent from meetings. So I definitely think it's a valid question to ask him, but I think we give him the benefit of the doubt for one more meeting. If he's unavailable, then we can make our determination at that point. That's kind of what we've done in the past, and it's worked well for us.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. Ms. Rodenhouse, you're aware as we really recommend as an alternate member to attend most meeting if you can. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I was planning on attending. I live here. The city's very important to me and I would never miss.
Okay.
I wouldn't even be applying if I thought that I would be missing any appointments.
Just as you hear the conversation today because of attendance. So I just want you to be aware that we would prefer alternate to attend as a regular.
No, I will be attending. Yeah, it's very important to me. I don't take it lightly.
Commissioner Hoff, go ahead with your comment. Oh,
Since I made the nomination, I would appreciate taking the vote tonight.
okay.
If we get a vote, fine, and if not, it'll be postponed or.
All right, Commissioner Host.
You know, I'm listening to the two elder statesmen here, what we've done in the past. This gentleman has had 2 opportunities to be in front of us. We know nothing. And we have this lovely lady who reeks of enthusiasm. And as such, I'm more than happy to vote for Aaron tonight. Okay. Because it'll be unprecedented.
Okay, well, let's take them in the order they were nominated. We'll go for Ms. Erin Rodenhouse, nominated by Commissioner Hoff. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
No.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard is absent. Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Congratulations, Ms. Rodenhouse. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we appreciate you. And our clerk will be contacting you at a later date to coordinate you coming down and take the oath.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we go to our next appointment, the Historic District Commission. And we have one applicant as an alternate member to serve a 3-year term to expire September 25th, 2022. We have Mr. Stephen Lemberg. Is Mr. Lemberg with us?
Yes.
Okay, can we please give Mr. Lemberg the floor and tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in joining the Historic District Commission, a little bit about your background. I see that beautiful art behind you. That explained it all. Go ahead, Mr. Lemberg.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Very excited to be here. At a high level, I would like to do this to contribute to my community, to the Birmingham community. My wife and I have lived here for a little bit more than 5 years now. And before that, we lived for about 25 years in Bloomfield Village when we were in the Birmingham School District and raised our 4 kids there. We live on Bates Street, 648 South Bates in the Bates Street Historic District. And living around all these historic homes just creates a lot of interest in wanting to be a person who can help maintain the integrity of those homes. really very, very interested in it. A few years ago, I think it was 2017, when the house directly across the street from us, the Major Jones house at 607 South Bates, when I saw a sign go up on the lawn that the Historic Commission was going to have a hearing, I didn't really know much about it at that time. So I went to the city hall and actually looked at the plans very carefully, came home and talked to my wife about it. And we thought these were really nice plans. And we had heard before that until these plans were submitted, there was a thought of having 2 homes built right there, and one would not have been a historic home, and we didn't like that. So I took it upon myself to come to the Historic Commission meeting and explain why I thought this was a good plan and a number of issues that are important today about what they wanted to do. And it ended up being a 4-2 vote in favor of going ahead. And my wife and I, who both spoke there, felt like we made a difference because we could express what we thought as people in the community. And frankly, at that time, I thought about, this might be an interesting board. At that time, I had the job as the CEO of a company that kept me much too busy, and I don't like to take on commitments when I can't fulfill them. So I didn't really do anything with it. At the end of last year, we sold the company, and I do have more time now. The things I'm working on don't keep me as busy enough, but I feel like I can do this, and decided to apply for the position. I'm a lawyer and a CPA. I was a tax partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers for a long time. And as a lawyer and a tax guy, I understand rules and regulations and how to apply them and interpret them very well. And I would love the opportunity to be able to be a contributor to help maintain the historic integrity of Birmingham. So
Thank
I
you,
appreciate it.
Lemberg.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Lemberg? Seeing none. Oh, Commissioner Hoff, nomination.
I nominate Mr. Lemberg to the Historic District Commission.
Okay. Great. With that, will the clerk please call the roll for Mr. Lemberg, nominated by Commissioner Hoff?
Mr. Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor absent, Commissioner Post,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Lemberg, and hope you can make a difference there. We appreciate you. And the clerk will be in touch with you soon to coordinate a time for you to take the oath.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. And I will be a regular attendee of the meetings. I understand the importance of that. So thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, with that, we go to item E. We have appointments for advisory parking committee. And we actually have 3 vacancy here, but we have 1 applicant, Mr. Aaron Black, and as a resident. Please, is Mr. Black with us? Yes.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
How are you tonight? Please tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in joining the advisory parking committee.
Thank you for this opportunity. Well, it's an interesting experience, and it's a topic that is very close to kind of my reason for coming to Birmingham, and clearly understanding that not only as a resident, my involvement with a large business and its impact that it will have on parking in the CBD is one that's important to understand how we're interacting with our neighbors and our co-users of parking, as well as respecting that and thoughtfully getting behind the motivations contained in the plan, because many of the goals of the plan benefit my greater interest in the area. So it's utilizing parking and managing parking operations is something that I've had a strong hand in over the last 2 decades of my career. And I understand that it is It can be an emotional topic, and anything I can do to ease that degree of concern or be a good neighbor, I would like to take those steps. So being an active participant and being available to co-committee members or the general public, I think is the best place to be in representing a good partnership with the city.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Black? Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mr. Black, I see that you are the general manager of the new Daxton Hotel. But you're not applying for a position as large retail, are you? What position on the advisory parking committee, which do you think you fit into?
Well, large retail would be a natural fit. However, it didn't appear that that was an available vacancy. So resident shopper was, as a result of further conversation about the opportunities and the suitability of those opportunities, it seemed like another reasonable fit as well.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mr. Black is pretty much applying as a resident shopper because we have the alternate, that's not you. We have, if there's any nomination, it would have been for the first one, resident shopper to expire September 4, 22, just to clarify. But commissioners, go ahead with your questions. Any other questions for Mr. Black? Commissioner Host.
Yes, Mr. Black, how are you going to reconcile parking when it's so critical to the Daxton versus possibly the rest of the community? How I consider that a major conflict. Can you address that, sir?
Well, I'm certainly mindful of the fact that the opportunity for Daxton to thrive is intensely tied to the health and well-being of all the businesses operating in close proximity. So there's really no benefit to, certainly and from my perspective, to being a poor neighbor or operating in such a way that is a negative impact. You know, if anything, I need to be closely attuned to any potential for overlap there, because I do feel for our longevity, our success, and again, being ultimately we need to be good neighbors, and we all need to flourish together. And this is a better way, I think, for me to be an active participant and an active listener than by not being part of the commission or the committee.
Great answer, Mr. Black. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I'm still kind of concerned about Mr. Black as the resident shopper member, because then that eliminates the purpose of the actual resident shopper. Would it be possible to have him as the alternate, who would certainly be invited to attend all the meetings at this point because of the vacancies, and leave the resident shopper position open for an actual resident shopper who brought that perspective rather than his, which is certainly more aligned with the Daxton as a business?
I don't believe it matters to you, Mr. Black, does it?
Well, I don't know if you feel I don't qualify as a resident shopper. I guess there's I don't know that I can object. But I don't know that I shouldn't be considered in that fashion. If you feel it's more appropriate that I be an alternate, then
you are qualified for either or, Mr. Black. Just to clarify, you are. You can do either or. Her point was, we can leave that to somebody else should you want to be alternate. That's her point, I think. But you are qualified for either or. You are a resident, so. Commissioner Sherman, you had your hand raised.
You know, I think that it really comes down to Mr. Black is a member of the community. He would fall under the resident shopper. He does fit under multiple categories. We've run across this again. This is something we've run across before. And if someone has a genuine interest in being on the board and there's a vacancy that they fit under, we would nominate them. So with that, I will nominate Mr. Black as the resident shopper.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. With that, will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor is absent. Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Congratulations, Mr. Black. I like the 2 words you said, being a good neighbor. It's 3 words. And I hope you keep making a difference in our community. We appreciate your interest. And the clerk will be contacting you shortly to coordinate a time for you to take the oath. Congratulations and thank you again. Okay, with that, let's see. We have no more appointments. Okay. We go to open item to the public for matters not on the agenda. Let's see, do we have any hands? I see one, Miss Dr. Alvaitas. Are you with us, Dr. Alvaitas?
Yes, I am. Hi.
Go ahead with your comment for matters not on the agenda.
Well, no, I just wanted to congratulate I'm chairman of the advisory parking committee, and I just wanted to congratulate our new member. Thank you for your service.
Okay, thank you for your comment. We have Miss Jennifer Hammond. Go ahead, Miss Hammond.
Hi, I just, this is the first time that I've been on a city commission meeting, and I am a Birmingham resident. I have been for well over 45 years. I live on Humphrey in Birmingham, and I appreciate the work that you all do, particularly in these times of a pandemic and a lot of closures for businesses and restaurants. And it just occurred to me the other evening when I was in Birmingham, enjoying a city that I love and have loved for a long time and where I pay taxes, that there could be more things that could be done, I think, to help the local restaurants and bars to remain open in some capacity. I understand that indoor dining is a health risk at this point in time. And so I am respectful of that. I have had COVID, and so I understand that it is a very serious matter. But I guess I would like to see more of an impetus and maybe opportunities for businesses to maybe, block off streets and have something like a night on the town, or maybe some live music in Shane Park and, hot cocoa stands, or maybe, a beverage area where people can kind of mingle and wander on a Friday or Saturday or Sunday night on the weekend from restaurant to restaurant among the businesses. And I think that would also spark some shopping interest in the city, because I know that everyone is hurting. And I have a lot of friends and neighbors who are restaurant owners in the city. And I know that it's been very trying, not only for them, but more importantly for their employees. So I guess just as a citizen who really loves the city and is heartbroken to see the shutdown continue, if the city can't do all it is able to in its power to see that some tents are put up. I know you guys did a lot during the summertime to take over extra parking, or allow businesses to take over extra parking spaces for their outdoor dining establishments and whatnot. And I think that was great. But now that we hit these winter months, I think we need to work twice as hard to save so many restaurants and bars and businesses in our city, because that's really what makes Birmingham great.
Thank you, Ms. Hammond, for your comment. Any other public comment? Seeing none? Okay, we go back to our consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There'll be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considers under the last item of new business. Commissioners, anyone wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? I see Commissioner Hoff's hand.
Item I.
Aye. Any other items that commissioners would like to pull? None? A public? Any items that the public would like to pull from the consent agenda? Okay, I don't see any hands. Commissioner Host, I see your hand.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of item I.
Second.
Would like a second, Commissioner Nikita?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, any comment on the motion by the commissioners? By the public? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Hoff, would you like to discuss that now?
Yes, I would.
All right, let's go to item I, pulled by Commissioner Hoff. Go ahead, Commissioner Hoff.
Item I, first of all, I want to say that I think that this is significant enough of an item that I would not have put it on the consent agenda. I think it deserves some attention and some discussion. What this involves is the removal of 4 on-street parking spaces to accommodate a shared valet service at the Daxton Hotel. The parking at the Daxton Hotel was an issue of concern way back in 2018 when the plans were approved, and the Daxton came before the commission and we had a discussion. We had more than one discussion on parking at the Daxton and on taking out metered parking spaces so that the Daxton could have valet. At that time, the commission did not come to an agreement. There was no agreement that that would be done. Rather, there was suggestions to look at other options, perhaps on Brown Street, and to come up with a plan that could be mutually beneficial. Now, I understand that the plan that is being presented to us tonight is considered mutually beneficial, but I'm not so sure that it is. What I understand, and this is where I would need a staff person to tell me if I understand it correctly, that there is going to be valet parking in front of the Daxton at the entrance, and general public can park there. I'm not sure how they're going to know that that's open to the public, because when you pull up in front of a hotel, you usually think it's for the hotel. And I would guess that most of the customers are going to be for the hotel. So this is a question that I have. The general public can park there. The Daxton valet operators will take general public cars. My first question is, how is that going to be determined? How
Right.
will people know?
I see Mr. Valentine is eager to speak. Mr. Valentine, if you don't mind, give us a little refreshment actually on, I remember they came to us for 8 spots, but then now we have 4. Can you please elaborate on that and where we at and answer Commissioner Hoff's request? The floor is yours, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As you've indicated, there was prior discussion on this issue with an initial proposal to use 8 parking spaces on the street in front of the hotel. And the commission did not find that satisfactory at the time and suggested that they come back with alternative proposals to do that. Since that time, they've been in discussions with the city on finding alternative proposals to accommodate their valet parking arrangement. The arrangement that we came to was basically relocating the public valet stand that currently is located outside of Vinoteca and shifting that south in front of the hotel and accommodating the public valet in the relatively current location in conjunction with the hotel for their guests.
At the same time, the city would provide 4 on-street parking spaces for this purpose, with the ability to expand those spaces as needed based on the demands of the hotel for events, similar to what's done for the Townsend Hotel. That arrangement has been finalized by the police department and has been presented for your consideration this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead. You may continue.
Okay. How will the public know that they can park there? Because as I said, an entrance to a hotel, you would never, for instance, think of pulling up to the Townsend Hotel and giving your car to valet and then going to Anthropology to shop. That's not usually what people think of. So how will this be different? And how will the cost be different? Whatever the hotel charges for their guests for valet, the city has a policy on its valet. And so how will they be distinguished?
Is it Mr. Valentine or Chief? You go ahead, Mr. Valentine.
I'll talk to the promotion. I'll let the chief talk to the cost. So with regard to the promotion, like I said, we do have a current 2 valet stands in the city that are publicly run. One at the location immediately north of the Daxton, which was the Vinoteca restaurant. And then we had one on Hamilton Street, and the city promoted both of those on an ongoing basis as public valet. Should this be approved, the city would then promote this location as the public valet location in conjunction with the one on Hamilton, trying to maintain the current public valet stands that the city has. So the city would effectively be promoting this just like we do now with the current ones that we've had in place, just changing the location as part of our promotion. And with regard to the cost, I'll turn it over to the Chief Clements.
Go ahead, Chief.
Evening, everybody. Yeah, in terms of the cost, we also have a second valet stand up on North Old Woodward, and the idea behind this is that we would have both the public-private partnership with the Daxton Hotel would have the same pricing as the public stand up on Old Woodward and Hamilton. So basically, we would maintain and make sure that all of the costs would be the same for any public parker.
Well, but what is the hotel going to charge for their guests?
That's completely up to them. What they charge their guests, I'm not sure what they're going to charge a guest, but they can't charge a member of the public who's using it as a public any more than the $5 that we charge by city policy.
Well, I understand, but then someone who's coming to the hotel could also pay $5.
I'm assuming the hotel, and Ms. McGregor is on the line as well. I'm assuming the hotel will ask the guest, "Are you staying with us tonight, or are you parking with us?" I'm sure there's got to be some communication at the time you're being parked, whether or not you're parking as a shopper or a diner, or you're staying at the hotel. And obviously, as anyone's been to a hotel in a big city, oftentimes your parking fee appears on your bill as a guest of the hotel. So I'm assuming that there'll be a protocol in place by the hotel to make sure that the public is charged appropriately and guests of the hotel are charged appropriately.
One other question, if I may.
Go ahead.
Where is the driveway to the underground garage, and how many spaces has the city given up? Have we lost for the driveway? How many street parking places have we lost, metered spots?
It's my understanding that when we went from, during this construction project, we formerly had parallel parking, and I'm not the city engineer, but we formerly had parallel parking in that location. Then we went to angled parking. So actually there was a net gain. So I think, I'm not sure how many we've lost, but I don't think it's any more than what we had before. But again, I don't remember from the plans, and I don't know if Jana or anyone else is on that might know that, but my understanding is that it was not a significant number.
Yeah, Chief, Joe can answer that, elaborate on it a little bit. Thank you, Chief. Go ahead, Joe. Mr. Valentine.
No, just to confirm the chief's comments. Yeah, previously there was parallel parking over there. We went to the angled parking. I think it was 3 or 4 spaces previously, and now you have 8. So effectively, you do have more than you had before, given the change in the structure of how those spaces are used. That is correct.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Nikita, go ahead. I see you. Sorry.
Yeah, I had a number of the same concerns that the Commissioner Hoff has brought up for the most part. one of the things I recall in our dialogue about this before, when we saw this last, and it's been a while now, is that we had identified, I think it was presented to us that there was a way that the layout was going to be done. And of course, prior to the reconstruction of Old Woodward, it was parallel, it was very different. Then there was some conceptual drawings that we saw about how it may be redone with the development of Old Woodward, as well as what they wanted to do here. And I recall the end of that discussion, and it went back and forth. We had a couple meetings, I believe, on that. And at the end of that discussion, I think we essentially said, well, it's not determined yet as to how this was going to go, because we were going to build Old Woodward as well as the Dexton was going to be built. So they were both in the evolutionary stage of being created, and that we were going to see at some point the final sort of intention. And for one, I'm disappointed that we're not seeing this as a regular item. I think that I concur with Commissioner Hoff, is that this isn't as easy in my mind as just putting it on a consent agenda. But also that we saw very specific plans of what options there were, where the parking was going to be and how the flow would be, and where the drop-off areas would be. And the drawing we have in our packet is extremely limited. As a matter of fact, you can't really see, it's diagrammatic, just big graphics as to where the flow of traffic would be, but not really a distinctive clarity anyway, understanding of where the sidewalks are, where the parking spaces are, where the drop-off would be, and how much parking is there. So I really don't have a comfort level as to what exactly is being proposed and what we're going to see there, because the drawing that I'm looking at, and I only see one drawing in the packet, correct me if I'm wrong, but I see only one, and it's very, very light. The drawing, the outline of the curb area and the parking area is very light, meaning it really can't be seen. And the diagrammatic flow is shown in red. But frankly, it doesn't really clearly depict what exactly we're getting in the construction there. So I'm not really very, very comfortable with exactly what we're submitting, or what we're looking to approve today. I would like to see a little bit more clarity on the plan, like we saw before. In the last discussion about this, we had very distinctive plans of what was being intended and what we looked at. And now this isn't what we're getting. So I think consistency from where we were and where we now are as a final decision is really quite important. And I would ask the same questions. How many spaces did we have proposed? What options were there as far as how many spaces? And how many are we going to lose for the purpose of what we're talking about, whether it be the full valet, the drop off, the pickup, and all of those things. So I frankly don't think that this what we have here in the packet is clear enough for providing me comfort, actually.
Commissioner Sherman, and I do also just want to acknowledge that we have the Daxton Council, Ms. Gail McGregor, it's hands up. Whenever you're ready, guys, after you, if you have any questions for her. But go ahead, Commissioner Sherman.
So I also had a question on the economics of this arrangement. As I understand it, normally we would have received about $22,500 a year from those 4 spots, and we're waiving that in exchange for them taking care of the valet stand, which is saving us about $750 a week. So if I did the calculations correct, it's about 31 weeks that we would, if we were to pay that $750. So there's a small economic benefit there. But I do have a concern with the proposal being that in the event there are, or if there are single day free valet services offered by the city, that we are going to be compensating the valet at the hotel for those fees. I would have thought that that would be included in under those circumstances, because we're then going to have to rely upon some way to calculate how many cars were actually serviced that were for the city or city usage. And I don't really want to get into that and trying to figure out a process to audit that. We are giving up $22,500 a year for the use. And the commission previously was pretty consistent that we didn't want to give up more than 2 spots. But if here we're giving up 4, and if we're going to give up 4 spots, I think there has to be something to make it worth our while to do that. So I would like further discussion on the economics of this arrangement. I would like to see it that if we're going to give that up, that we're not going to be on the having to figure out if there are special event promotions for valet service that we are going to have to be writing a check back to the Daxton.
Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Yes, I have one additional question. It was mentioned that we would be giving up 4 parking spaces on a routine basis, but that we would be giving up the opportunity for them to bag another 2 spaces for special events. And I wonder if there's any estimate of how many, whether that's evening only, weekend only, could it be all day long? We could be in the situation where they routinely say they're having special events and we've in essence given up 6 spaces.
Okay. Any other questions from the commissioners? I'd like to hear from Ms. McGregor. Go ahead, Mr. Commissioner Nikita.
I would just say I have the same concerns as to what I would call valet creep. This has happened in some other places throughout downtown. Every single parking space is extremely valuable to the businesses of the community. And it's very, very important that we monitor them carefully. So if we're taking up surface parking spots on the street for any individual business over other businesses, it's a problem. So I would have the same concern of expanding those 4 spaces. My suggestion is, I think, given the amount of questions that have come up in the last few minutes, and surely my comfort level, speaking for myself, in terms of the plan and the clarity and the sort of tie-in between where we were before when we talked about this and where we are now, I would say we need to have this information put together and then brought to us at a future meeting and put it on the regular agenda, not in consent. That's my suggestion.
Okay. Commissioners, would you like to hear from Ms. McGregor, as she had her hand raised for a while? Okay, Ms. McGregor, the floor is yours. There she is.
I see that Rick Ratner is on also, and he may want to speak. He's had more of the direct communication with Mark Clements and the city about the negotiations back and forth on the economics and such. But I wanted to mention a couple things. First of all, the original proposal was for 8 angled parking spaces. The 4 parking spaces that are proposed tonight are 38 feet. 38 feet is 2 cars, 2 car lengths, bumper to bumper. I really don't know how a valet can run for this type of operation with less space than 38 feet. This is less than what other similar businesses in the city have at the curb for valet operations. The bagging of the other 2 spaces, my understanding, and Mark Clements can speak to this as well, is that that is at the permission of the city, and that the use of those bags would be as permitted by the city. It wouldn't just be the Daxton putting a bag on those 2 meters and having it be there constantly 100% of the time. And that it would be on an as needed basis for special events, peak events. The Daxton has submitted to the city a peak event plan and a valet operation plan. We've been going at this, trying to get something together here for, I think, at least 2 years, maybe 3 years. And regarding I don't believe that there is going to be any kind of count of cars in terms of when there's free parking. I think that was a flat fee. So Commissioner Sherman's question about tracking cars when there's some kind of a free valet offered by the city, my understanding is that was a flat fee of $150 per day. It wasn't a per car fee. But again, I think that Mr. Clements or Rick Ratner could speak to that. The plan is this hotel is designed with 2 stories of underground parking, and there is an entrance that is off of Brown Street. So it would be, people would pull up to the valet, leave their car with the valet driver would drive the car around the corner and underneath into the garage. Exiting would be out the garage on Old Woodward. So there's two exits from this garage. One of the things that the Daxton did since the last time this was before the commission is it was suggested that it be looked at having the valet be on Brown Street. And so an additional traffic study was done for that and submitted to the city, and it was determined that was not feasible because of the configuration of Brown Street. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that it's a lot of work has gone into this between the last time and now, and we'd be happy to present to the city to answer Commissioner Nikita's questions, any kind of additional drawings that you may need, but the 4 parking spots that are being requested are closest to the corner to the bump out. The other 4 that will remain are going to be more in the middle of the building to the underground parking garage exit ramp. So the valet is going to be close to the corner near the entrance to the hotel. That's the location of the 4 spots that are being requested. I don't know. That's all I have to say right now. I guess I would leave it to Rick to see if he wants to add anything else. If he's still there, if he's still on.
Thank you, Ms. McGregor. With that, I will give the floor to Mr. Ratner if he'd like to say something, but I don't see him. Do you?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Ratner, go ahead with your comments, please.
Yes. I didn't see myself either, by the way. Hold on. There we
go.
I think it calls for a little bit of history, and I think it's important. The reason it's important is we've worked very hard on this particular problem. When we first came to the commission, we wanted a valet service that was at least equal to what the Townsend had. We don't think we got that, but it doesn't matter. There were objections to the way the number of spaces that we needed. Mr. Nikita at that time told us, look, have you re-looked at using Brown Street? In response to that, we had a whole traffic study done and a feasibility study, which showed that if we went to Brown Street, we would tie up traffic all the way to Pierce, and we'd have a traffic jam. We can't have it on Brown Street. That particular possibility was proven to be the wrong way to go. And then we got to the idea that we could have a public-private valet, as the city has public valets in other parts of the city. What does that mean? That means that we have to abide by the rules and regulations of the city as promulgated by the city commission and the chief of police, the police department, for not only operating, but charges. And we've acceded to that. As far as the comments of Racky and this issue of how will they know, we are professionals at a hotel and running a hotel valet. We will treat our hotel customers the way we do, which is with the utmost care. If a member of the public comes, they will also be treated with care, and they won't be charged anything more than any other public person that comes to that valet. Now, these issues have all been taken into consideration. This isn't the first time we've talked about it. We have finally wrestled to the ground every detail. And I'm sorry that you think that this must be a separate item. But when we started out, we had 8 spaces. We now have 4. We now have the construction of that street. We now have built an extra underground level so that we could move cars from our parking underground with a minimum of problems. And we feel that we have taken this to its incredible detail. To redo this now, we think is not very fair, just not fair. After we've gone to all of this and we have committed ourselves to serve the public in the city of Birmingham. These questions have been answered, every one of them, from charges to how will they know, to how we treat our customers and our guests. And I really believe that if you look at the history, you must find out that what we've given you here is as good a solution as possibly could come about. And add to that another level of underground parking in order to make this work. And Mr. Nikita and the rest of you who are have experience in development know that's a big development and also a huge responsibility and commitment to what we have done to commit ourselves to building as good a facility as there is in this part of the United States. So I would ask you to vote on this particular well thought out valet service because it has gone through the mill several times. And we think it's laid out as well as we can do it. If we have to do it again, we will. But I don't think that's fair. We would like to get this moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ratner. Any questions for Mr. Ratner? Commissioner Nikita?
Well, I go back to what my comment is, and I'd like to remind Mr. Ratner that, and I know you remember this, that all of the dialogue that we had before we put this aside, when it was in front of the commission before, had a lot more detail than what we're seeing here in this thing. And for me, to be clear about what it is that you're proposing and what we're seeing, you talk about not fair, this isn't fair. Because what we looked at before, and I remember very specifically, distinctive drawings showing where the parking was, where it was going to be, and how it was going to be laid out. I don't question that this may work, and I'm not suggesting we have to redo it. What I'm saying is, to do my due diligence personally, and I'm speaking for me, I need to see what what is being proposed so that I can approve it. And what I'm saying is the drawings we had before and the discussion that we had before and the level of detail that we had before is not what I'm seeing today. And I don't think that's fair. because I don't think that I feel comfortable being able to take a look at these drawings and being clear as to what exactly is going on. And I'm sorry, ma'am, your name isn't there, so I can't speak to your comments, but or to you. So I'm not sure your name. I can't see your name, but
Gail McGregor.
Yeah, you're attorney partner here. Yes.
Ms. McGregor.
Sorry, ma'am, I didn't mean.
No, that's okay.
But-
I just,
Yeah, Miss McGregor. My point is that you're trying to describe where the parking is verbally. And I'm sorry, that's not good enough. I want to see exactly what's being proposed so that I'm comfortable with what it is we're proposing. And I'm not suggesting that it's wrong, and I'm not suggesting we have to redo it. What I'm saying is clarity as to what we're doing is very important, and consistency from what we've looked at before to what we're doing now. And my job is to do my due diligence properly, and I'm not comfortable with what I'm seeing. So unfortunately, what's coming in front of us isn't complete in my mind.
Okay, commissioners. Mayor Pro Tem Long.
I just had a follow-up question to my original concern. So if the additional 2 meters that would be bagged for special events are bagged with the permission of the police department, do we collect any revenue for periods when those are bagged?
He's nodding his head, yes.
Yes, and is that a written request that happens with any sort of a lead time, or are there minimum or maximum hour periods? Would they be disallowed when there was other competing activity? I'm just curious how that works.
I think we would take it on as when they say a case by case basis. I'm assuming that when the Dax Hotel gets a large event, that they'll know that event well in advance and obviously contact us either by phone or obviously I have an email or by phone, both myself or Commander Gruey, and we would then address that at that time to make sure that what time the bags should come out so that we can put the bags out in sufficient time to allow public parking for as long as possible before the hotel would need those extra spaces for whatever the event would be.
Okay. Mr. Ratner, I do have a question either for you or Ms. McGregor. On the timing, I believe you're ready to open. I'm not sure how soon and how crucial this item is to the opening of the business.
Dale, do you have the answer to that?
Yes.
I don't have the exact answer. I know originally before COVID, the hotel was slated to open, I believe, on December 15th, but I don't know where that stands now. Perhaps Aaron Black could give us an update on it, but I would like to say that the streetscape has been constructed, the sidewalks and the front of the building, as well as the bump out at the corner of Old Woodward and Brown Street, and all of the other ancillary items like benches and tree boxes and the rest of it has all been constructed pursuant to the City of Birmingham Old Woodward reconstruction plan. So that work, I believe, is mostly done, and that's how the curb looks. It's pursuant to the city's reconstruction plan of South Old Woodward.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Black, you want to answer that?
Yes, we're on track to open in February.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Hoff, let's proceed with this. If let's get some directions. What would you like, since you pulled that item, Commissioner Hoff?
Well, I'm not there yet. May I ask, I just want one thing clarified. When Commissioner Sherman spoke, he was under the impression that these 4 meters are valued at $22,464 a year, and that we weren't going to get anything for that. But when I read the materials, I see that the city will be paid $22,464 a year for use of these 4 spaces. Which is correct, please?
I can address that. That's my fault. I put in my report, it should have been the opposite. I should say the city will waive, and that's totally on me. We sent out an email on Friday to reflect the fact that I'd made that mistake in the narrative of the report. So if you look at your attachment A, that is the agreement, which will show that we waive those, the city would waive those fees. So the
Oh,
report
well,
itself was wrong.
that's a whole different story. I read this material and I see, however, the city will be paid $22,464 per year by the applicant, which represents the amount, exact amount the city would have received from meter revenue. So I want to be sure I understand. We are giving up $22,464 so the Daxton can use these 4 parking places, and they will park public, members of the public who want to use that valet station. They will not, well, no, those people do have to pay. They do have to pay for the valet, right?
That's correct. So that figure, if those meters, those meters are charged 6 days a week from 9 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night, and that figure comes with, if there was a car parked at all 4 of those meters for every minute of that time, for all that time, 12 hours, that is the money that the city would receive if those 4 spaces were occupied at all times. Obviously, that probably isn't going to happen at all times. So that figure, that $22,464 represents the maximum if it was done. So, and that we agreed to go ahead.
But by giving them up, there's no chance we can earn anything between 0 and $22,464.
That's correct. What we did, we thought was because they're willing to do the public-private partnership and operate the valet stand. The idea behind the agreement would be that we're trying to get something that would be mutually beneficial to restaurants, to the businesses, to the retailers, to business owners that we felt would offer a service that would be helpful to everyone. And that's why we came up with, we thought that would be fair compensation for waiving those fees in exchange for the action to allow us to utilize their services.
Well, just as Commissioner Nikita said, he needs additional information. I need additional information, like how many cars park at valet normally. The valet station that's over there in front of, where Vinateca is, that valet station. I would want to know how many usually park there. What are we talking about? How much of an imposition is this going to be on the Daxton valet? And to me, there's more information. So Mayor, you said that I pulled it, and so I can say what I want to be done, what I would like to see. I'd like to see this come back as a regular agenda item with more supporting information and give us an opportunity to discuss this further.
Okay. Commissioners, Commissioner Nikita?
Yeah, just to be clear about, because I agree with, I concur with that point. I'd like to have the information that we're looking at and that we're concerned about to be put together and brought forward. And I think that would be helpful. I would be, to be clear about what, at least what one of the things that I'm asking, I understand Ms. McGregor said that the construction of the sidewalk and the bump out and all that is done, and that's not the issue. I don't have a problem. We're not talking about reconstructing the sidewalk. The question is how we are going to how we are going to paint and lay out the area for parking and movement and drop off. That all needs to be in the clearly depicted in any future drawing that comes to us, including the adjacent lanes that we're going to have, and whatever egress and ingress that's shown into and outside of the building, and adjacent properties to the north and the parking to the north, so we can see how the whole parking scenario works. From in front of Vinoteca, that area, all the way to the curb at Brown Street. I think what we need to see is how that is all going to be laid out with the markings and the paint that's needed to accommodate the suggestion that you have in terms of the way you see this working. That is what we're missing here, and I personally need to see that. So I would appreciate that drawing in the next package of information. And I do concur with the question about the integration of valet with the property, with this property. If the valet is to be public and the public is supposed to use it as if it were just, you know, a valet, but you're also using it as part of this, about a part of the hotel system. And I understand how that can be taxing at times, surely at different times of the day. I'm a little bit concerned about integrating both of those and making sure that it's not cumbersome and or intimidating to the shopper in town. Meaning that is the hotel overriding the public parking component. So I'm not suggesting it won't or wouldn't. Maybe you have complete comfort level and answers to that, but as part of the presentation next time, I think we need to hear a little bit more about the function and the way that it's going to be used, because I just wouldn't want the valet to be overrun by the at least in times of the day, overrun by the concerns of the hotel, which I'm sure are at times are going to be quite taxing, and understandably. So those are some conflicting questions that I would say we want to hear some good solutions for, to make sure that we're moving ahead in a positive way, not only for your facility, but of course for the southern end of the downtown, the central downtown.
Okay, commissioners, do we see a consensus on Commissioner Sherman?
I'm also going to need some more information on the economics, specifically, as Commissioner Hoff stated, the utilization of the valet in front of Vinioteca, and some additional consideration as to whether these, during periods when we do have the free valet, the charges paid by the city based on the fact that we are foregoing this meter revenue by waiving it.
Okay, I think this is clear. Mr. Valentine, as the directions, we believe we're taking no action on this item tonight, and any further directions or clarity to Mr. Valentine, our staff, to what needed for next time. I believe we gathered every information needed, unless any other commission would like to add anything else. With that, we'll take no action on item I, pulled by Commissioner Hoff, and we move on with our business. We move on to unfinished business. We have item A, public hearing on 34350 Woodward and 907-911 Hayes lot combo. I do believe we received a communication from the owner that he would like to postpone, but I believe there is some procedural thing that I'd like our attorney, Ms. Kaczmarek, to elaborate on how to move forward with this, as this is the second time the applicant has requested to do so. Ms. Kaczmarek, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It's my understanding that the applicant wanted to submit additional information to this commission. We have a concern about that because it violates the procedural aspect of first going to the planning board. The planning board would have had information about this lot split. They would have had a public hearing. They would have had decisions made based upon the information they were presented with. And now it's moved forward to this commission. If now there's supplemental information, I believe it needs to go back to the planning board and to have additional public hearings on any additional information that wants to be presented. To just bring it before the commission without the opportunity for the planning board to do its job and with its public hearing diminishes that board's role, and again, the public's right to be heard at a public hearing. So I believe that the action to be taken now is to direct this back to the planning board with the new information they want to submit.
Ms. Kaczmarek, is it safe to say we are canceling this tonight?
I would, yes.
Without making a motion to direct it to go back to the planning board, just to be clear? We need a motion to cancel.
Sorry, I don't understand your question.
Do we need a motion to cancel the hearing tonight?
I think what you need is the motion to redirect this back to the planning board and have it come to you when the matter is then ripe.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners? can I have a motion or any questions? Commissioner Hoff,
I move that this item be directed to the planning board.
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Nikita. Commissioner Sherman, comment on the motion.
Do we have to open the public hearing first?
Was it set for public hearing first?
Yes.
I did not open the public hearing. I was not sure, Ms. Kucharik, if this is the direction I have to follow.
Yes, I don't even think you open the public hearing because there's not a public hearing to be had if there's information that now they want to share. Commissioner Sherman, although if I don't think we even have to open the public hearing because you're going to make the motion to redirect this back. If you're more comfortable opening it though, you're the commissioner. So if you're more comfortable having the public hearing opened and then the statements made that we're not going to entertain any public hearing because it's going to be taken back to the planning board, that's fine.
Yeah, I guess the alternative is to just cancel the public hearing and
that's
direct
why
it back to the planning board.
Yes.
That's why I asked the question, Commissioner
I
Sherman.
don't think you need a motion to cancel. I think, Mary, you can cancel the public hearing and then take the motion that's been offered to redirect back to the planning board.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could, just to be clear, when we're redirecting for the planning board for revising the information, the public hearing is going to be irrelevant. The public hearing would be relevant to whatever the planning board brings to us in the future. So I don't think we want the public hearing to be started at this point.
Yep, 1 second, Mr. Canvasser, 1 second, please. Commissioners, any other questions? Mr. Canvasser, go ahead with your comment, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I believe a motion was made. I think there was a motion on the floor. Was it seconded?
Yes.
Yeah, comment on the motion by the public.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Jason Canvasser. I just want to correct, I guess, what I believe is a misstatement because the motion for the request for a lot combination was never considered by the Planning Commission. The applicant was directed to come straight to the commission for consideration. So any supplement of the materials would be a supplement of the application that was submitted directly to the City Commission here.
Still don't believe though, Mr. Mayor, that supplemental information given to the commission at the late hour without the public being able to view it fully gives an opportunity for a full and fair public hearing.
Which is why there was
can't begin to comment on,
Yeah,
public cannot begin to comment or be heard on information that they don't have.
And Mr. Mayor, that's part of the reason we requested an adjournment along with a number of other reasons as well. But that was one of the reasons so that there would be time for not only the commission, but for the public to see that supplemental information.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Canvasser. Commissioner Sherman?
If I may ask Mr. Canvasser a question directly.
Go ahead.
Mr. Canvasser, so this matter was never heard by the planning board? Is that what you're saying? On the lot combination?
That is correct. Back in January, there were two applications filed. One was for a SLUP amendment and one was for a lot combination. The planning board heard or began to hear the SLUP amendment, during which the application was withdrawn by Mr. Lavery. After some communications directly with the city, a new application for a lot combination was filed and was sent directly to the City Commission.
Based on that, Ms. Kucharik, do you still believe I need some legal advice here, as I'm not the legal counselor here? We got three attorneys talking, and we need directions.
I saw that Ms. Ecker's hand was up. Can we hear what she had to say before I respond, please?
Yes, Ms. Ecker, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that it has been before the planning board, but not on the lot combination. So as Mr. Canvasser just mentioned, it did go to the planning board for the changes they would like to make to these two parcels once they're combined, or if they were to be redeveloped separately or not developed in this case, they wanted to tear down a building on the second site and just make it into a parking lot. So the two applications are related, but the lot combination issue itself did not go directly to the planning board. It comes straight to the city commission. But of course, a lot combination was part of the discussion on the SLUP and site plan review to combine the two sites, the Porsche dealership and the Vaitas Salon building. So I think that's where the confusion is.
Thank you, Ms. Ecker. Commissioner Sherman, go ahead, please.
So with that understanding that this matter has not been to the planning board and sending it to the planning board makes no sense, I would just move that we postpone the hearing.
Can we do that, Ms. Kachura?
You can, yes.
Okay.
But then I would open the public
Yeah,
hearing.
of course.
And we would need to postpone it to a date certain.
Correct. Commissioner Hoff, did you have to say something?
Yes, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. Awesome. Let me go ahead with that. I'd like to
Second.
oh, any second? A second by Commissioner Nikita. Similar.
Fine.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to open the public hearing for a lot combo of 907 911 Hayes and 34350 Woodward. Staff. So we have a request to postpone. I don't believe we need a staff presentation at the time being. Commissioners, let me probably close the public hearing and then entertain, or I don't have to close it. You're right. We have to postpone. Go ahead, Commissioner Sherman. Go ahead, please.
I move we postpone the public hearing to December 21st. Is that the date that the petitioner is requesting?
Yes, it is, Commissioner Sherman.
December 21st.
Second.
Okay. Any comment?
Sounds good.
All right. Any comment from the public on the motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll? You're muted, Alex. Here we go.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor, absent, Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, Alex. We go to item B under unfinished business. We have a resolution to approve the cost sharing agreement with the Road Commission for Oakland County, agreeing to pay the city of Birmingham share of the cost to replace the traffic signal at the intersection of Coolidge Highway and Maple Road at a cost not to exceed $75,000 to be charged to an account number 202 period blah blah. Now, with that, we have, I think, Mr. James Surhai on that.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, we're just bringing this request to approve the resolution to approve the cost sharing agreement with the Road Commission and the City of Troy to replace the traffic signal at Maple and Coolidge. And I believe there were some questions that were brought up. The report to the commission has been revised to provide additional background information on how the process proceeds with the Road Commission to have these signals modernized and improved throughout the city.
Okay. Questions, Commissioner Sherman?
I don't have a question. This is a very routine matter. We are approached by Oakland County Road Commission regularly when they are upgrading intersections, whether it's a result of an accident at that intersection or just maintenance as is required. And I'm going to move the suggested resolution.
Okay,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Host. Comment on the motion. I see Commissioner Nikita's hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, a question then for our engineer here. The letter from Charles Keller, traffic engineer, includes some particulars about some of the details of what would be included in the construction and redevelopment of that intersection. Something about sidewalk work, bring all push buttons to current ADA standards, upgrade all associated pedestrian work, rebuild traffic signal, what have you. The question I have is, of course, I don't know how many of you have actually walked across that intersection, but I personally have. And it is a dangerous one. It doesn't surprise me that we've had a death, probably over time, many deaths in that intersection. It's really quite anti-pedestrian. The question I have is, and it was hard to, this was the only area where I got a sense that there was something other than the mast arms and the signals that were going to be replaced. I'm trying to get a better handle on whether or not that intersection is going to actually have a few other things that will enhance it to the point which actually make it safer. One is it has a continental pattern, but only on the two sides that touch Birmingham. The west and the north crossings have continental pattern pedestrian crosswalks. The other two on the east and on the south do not. That's inconsistent and a big question. The other thing is there are pedestrian signals, but I don't believe they work. And if they work, they're actually always saying don't walk. And I'm not sure if that was actually planned or not, literally. I mean, like, don't walk, don't ever walk. And it is because it's frankly dangerous. And it's, you know, this is part of the whole sort of thinking. So one of the questions I have is this truly going to be addressed? And we talk about ADA sidewalk work or upgraded sidewalk work in ADA standards. Are we to expect this intersection to actually have the kind of fundamental basic upgrades that actually will make it safer? Because just changing the lights and the mast arms isn't going to do that, in my opinion. So I would frankly like to know whether or not we would expect 4 sides of pedestrian crosswalks that are continental pattern like we have throughout the city, and there we already have at that intersection, and if we're going to get signals that actually work, pedestrian signals that actually work. So that's my question, and I think it needs to be addressed because clearly that's one of the most unsafe intersections in all of the Birmingham area, in my opinion.
Go ahead, Mr. Sarai.
Yes, I appreciate the comments, Commissioner Nikita. One, the design has not started from the Road Commission yet. Getting this approvals in place would start that process, and they have invited City of Birmingham to participate in the initial site walkthrough, and I presume, you know, we'd be able to provide our comments and present that to the Road Commission. And I believe on many projects, they're open to hearing for that. They are interested in providing a safe crossings for pedestrians of their roads as well.
If I could, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Quick follow-up. Very good. That's what I expected. I know that it said that we were going to get the design, but I'd like to introduce those particular elements as high levels of concern that should definitely be incorporated in the dialogue, hopefully starting right away and then carried through, and hopefully we can get a serious upgrade on that intersection. So I appreciate that, and I'm sure that we'll have a better place when we're done there.
Great comments, Commissioner Nikita. With that, we have a motion and a second. Any comments on the motion by the commissioners? Seeing none. Any comments by the public on the motion? I don't see a hand. Okay. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor is absent. Commissioner Hoff
Yes.
and Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, Alex. We go to item C under unfinished business. We have a resolution to direct the proposed ordinance amendment chapter 126 zoning article 4, section 4.44 to the planning board for their review and recommendation. And I do believe we have Ms. Ecker with us to give us a little presentation on that.
Yes, this came up at the last city commission meeting, or actually maybe not the last. I think it was on November 9th. At that time, another operator had requested whether or not they would be able to have an enclosed outdoor dining situation in the future. If they put one up now during COVID, would it be something they'd be able to keep? The city commission asked us to put forward some potential draft ordinance language that would consider whether or not we should allow enclosed outdoor dining in the off season, which is November 15th through April 1st after COVID. So this is separate and distinct from all of the COVID resolutions that are in effect right now. This would be a long-term change for after the COVID pandemic was over. So you can see that I did put together some draft ordinance language for your review, and outdoor dining standards are covered in chapter 126 of the zoning code, which is, and it's there in article 4, section 4.44. And so essentially the draft language that you see, where it previously said you could not have outdoor dining on the sidewalk at all between November 16th and March 31st, unless you brought all your furniture in at night. This says that you could have it, but you require the separate off-season outdoor dining endorsement on your outdoor dining permit from the clerk's office, and it considers allowing enclosures on the sidewalk only, not in the street. So not in the roadway or any off-street or on-street parking areas that are in the street. So basically anything on the curb, sidewalk, up to the building, public or private property. And it sets up all of the requirements that we previously used from the building department and the fire department with regards to building code and fire code rules to make the enclosure safe. And then it also adds another regulation that says anybody that does this and gets approved for would be responsible for all of the snow removal, salting, clearing, etc., both on and within the outdoor dining area and also around it in front of their entire store, because obviously we can't get the same type of machinery in if you have these types of enclosures using up space during the winter. So that's what's proposed here tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions. Because it is in the zoning ordinance, it would require a discussion at the planning board and a public hearing at the planning board level before coming back to you for a public hearing and potentially final amendment approval.
Commissioner Hoff, question.
I realize that we're being asked tonight to send it to the planning board to explore it more, but my question has to do with timing. We are running into situations now with outdoor dining this winter, which we never experienced before, with structures that are being put up. And I'm just wondering if we should wait on this until we get through at least part of this winter, so we have a better idea of what works and what doesn't. I mean, right now, later in this meeting, we're going to discuss violations. And I think a lot of it is that the restaurateurs this is new to them too, just like it's new to us. And so my thinking is, instead of the planning board looking at this right now, maybe wait a few months and then look at it for winter of 2021. It's just a thought that I throw out.
Okay, other commissioners, comment, questions? Commissioner Host, I'll be right back. Mayor Pro.
This would be a question for Jana. In item 7, C as in cat, outdoor dining is permitted to expend in the right of way. Could you kindly explain the 50% rule that you're suggesting of the neighboring property?
That's a regulation that's already in effect for outdoor dining, and that has to do with if there's a vacant storefront on either side, then if that storefront's vacant, with the permission of the property owner next door, they can consider going halfway into that storefront during the time that it's vacant.
What if it was not a vacant property? Do you deal with that in here, Janet?
No, right now, the way that the ordinance is written now and the way this ordinance is written, you can't go on a permanent, the regular standard is you can't go in front of another storefront unless it's vacant and unless you get the property owner's consent. That's pre-COVID, post-COVID, not during COVID. That's different.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Long, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. I am concerned that that just sending what's before us in this section of the agenda, the proposed ordinance language to the planning board, without also sending Exhibit A and the temporary guidelines that are back in the outdoor dining report along to the planning board, may lead them to not consider some of the concerns that we've already identified. For example, in the guidelines that we have in our report in the back of the agenda, you know, we have a suggestion that the tents can't be higher than 14 feet, but that is not reflected in this recommended. That and many other things are not reflected in this recommended ordinance language. And I'm concerned that we don't institutionalized issues that we've already had this year. I also am concerned about a move towards permanent allowing of off-season outdoor dining, that it blurs the line between a bistro and a Class C in a way that maybe we didn't intend. And so I'd like to have the planning board consider some discussion about seating limitations. And I also would like it to be extremely clear that the structures have to be taken down during the summer season, because I would believe that there might be some people who would want to bleed those over into a longer time period than I intend. So if it gets sent to the planning board, I think it needs to go with additional comment and direction about concerns that we have as a commission based on our experiences this winter.
Okay. Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, I believe I think the discussion about appropriateness of different licenses, and I'm trying to find where it is. I know I read it somewhere in here. That we would have, that these would be designated depending on the license that the establishment has, meaning that the determination of what gets approved is relative to having no liquor license, having a bistro license, having a Class C license, and any other license, and we have a number of others as well. So I think it's embedded in here. I'm not sure where it is. I can't find it right now, but I read it earlier. That I think that's part of what we have, and maybe Jana can clarify that. But that clearly needs to be addressed in the recommendation that the planning board does. But I think that's a directive as part of this. So if it isn't, we can pass that along. But I think it's one of the fundamental things that we're concerned about is how extending the season through the year going forward, not in COVID time, but for years to come, is a question that needs to be determined based on the licenses that everyone has. So I think that's very clear. We've talked about that already. I think that's in here. I had a logistical question that it's just a detail question that I'm asking relative to the amount of space that we have in some of these enclosures that I'm aware of. I'm thinking of a few that are out there. It says under 9, item 9C, The aisle widths within, I would just ask not sure where exactly that came through, but I would say that we want the planning board to review that with the understanding that in some cases, these are very, very tight. They're basically parking spaces. That's really, in some cases, all we have to work with. And if we make the aisles too wide, then it may not actually allow for an amount of seating that's actually relevant or helpful. So I would just ask that the planning board take a careful look at the whole layout, because I think we have 36 inches in smaller spaces, but 44 inches in when we have more occupants. And I'm just asking whether or not that can be actually thought about and minimized relative to what can actually work in the space.
Ms. Ecker, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of things. One, Commissioner Nikita, that issue about aisle width comes from the building codes, is my understanding, because once an outdoor dining area is enclosed, it is subject to the building code requirements, or at least some variation of them. So I don't know that we can change that standard, but I think the assistant building official is on this call if he wanted to pipe in or pipe up on that. Two, this outdoor dining standards amendment, the way that it's written, does not differentiate between the type of license, bistro, class C, economic development, restaurant with outdoor dining with alcohol, restaurant with outdoor dining without alcohol. The way that our outdoor dining standards work today, they apply, the same standards apply to everyone with outdoor dining, whether or not they serve liquor. But that's not to say we couldn't change that. If that's the commission's direction, we could set something up that says, okay, this is what applies for outdoor dining with alcohol service or without. It's not currently what we do. It's not what's written in here, but we could do that.
Crucial.
Mr. Mayor, if I could follow up.
Yes, Commissioner Nikita, if you don't mind 1 second, just want to give the floor Commissioner Host. He's been raising his hand. Go ahead, Commissioner Host, and I'll come back to you.
In keeping with what you're trying to do here, Jana, I feel it's imperative that there should be a section in here stating that if you're going to go in front of a neighbor, that you need that retailer's or that establishment's endorsement of cutting off the view, so to speak.
Well, this proposal does not allow you to go in front of your neighbor.
At all.
Good.
Yes.
That makes good neighbors.
Yeah, Commissioner Host, as Ms. Ecker stated earlier, it only applies if the neighbor is a vacant property, then you need his approval to go to 50% of the line of his property. If it's already an existing business, they're not allowed to go at all to encroach on the neighbor. All right, with that, Commissioner Nikita, go ahead with your follow-up comment.
Yeah, it was just a follow-up to what Jana had said. So yes, I'm aware that the code is definitive in terms of 36 and 44. I guess to be clear about what my point is, I would just like the planning board to recognize that in many cases we have restrictions on the overall height, and that wherever possible, that in the thinking about how this would be accommodated, that there's a recognition of that, so that they may be able to expand the maximum width to accommodate something that works if we have these restrictions. Do you follow where I'm going with that? So just something to be aware of, to pass that along, because I think that's going to be critical, because based on what they come up with, because of those requirements that are code related, we may find something to be not necessarily efficient and effective enough to build or to invest in. So it's something to make a point of. What I'm reading here is going back to what I said. I thought it was in here, but it actually it says outdoor dining license, and I was thinking of that as the license, the appropriate license to get, that you would approve relative to whichever license it is. So that's generic, and it doesn't define those particular licenses, as you said. So clearly we need to identify how this would work to those different licenses. I think we have to do that because bistro is not the same as the others, and we know that that has to be addressed accordingly and sensitively. So, and then there are people with no licenses, which means they have, you know, all kinds of flexibility. And then the other part is on-site and off-site, which of course is properties that have outdoor dining within their property and others that are using public property. So there's another differentiation as well that needs to be looked at. So thank you.
Okay, commissioners. Do we like to move on this tonight, or would you like to gather more info before we redirect it back to the planning board? Would like to get some directions here. Commissioner Host?
I like Commissioner Hoff's idea that here we are in a trial period, and it's kind of like the 2040 plan, which was done pre-COVID. I think this is a major issue of a workshop with the planning board, as well as the 2040 master plan.
Okay. Commissioner Nikita?
Actually, I appreciate Commissioner Hoff's suggestion, although I think that there are some immediate concerns. What I'm hearing from some of the establishments is that they're trying to make decisions on investment and what to purchase now to accommodate this year. And depending on whether or not they could use whatever they invest in, which in many cases could be quite a lot of money, they would like to know whether or not they could actually invest in something that would be good for this year, for the next couple of months, and then actually be used again next year. And if that's not going to happen, meaning if we're only going to allow it to be for COVID time and that's it, then they may not invest. And specifically, you know, some of the places that don't necessarily have license, that are looking for creating a tent situation, what have you, investing $10,000, $15,000 and just for the next couple of months is a lot to ask for, especially when everybody is taxed to begin with. So I do think there is some sensitivity to timing here, and I'm not sure if we're going to, if postponing this is actually going to gain us a whole lot of further insight. I personally think we can move this and let the planning board make that determination on whether or not they feel that they can actually create some basis of an ordinance that we can move forward with more currently than waiting. Simply because some of the timing is actually imperative for some of the businesses. And I would let them make the decision on whether or not they feel that more time is needed, and then we can go from there. But I would send this, I think, as enough here, plus the comments we've made about the criteria and the importance of certain elements like the liquor license and what have you, that they can start moving and get it in their queue.
Commissioner Sherman.
I'd add one other factor. By the time the planning board is going to be able to address this, we will have most, if not all, of this current winter season under our belt. So they would have had the opportunity to review this as it's occurring, which is a far better way to be researching it rather than looking back 6 months or a year from now and seeing what we did. So I would, with what's proposed here, I think it's a good start. And I think with their expertise, they can come back with something. My guess is we're not going to see that before late spring, early summer anyway.
Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
I was going to say something very, very similar. I was going to say that I know Commissioner Nikita is talking about businesses that want to do this, want to invest in this outdoor structure this winter, but I don't see how the planning board can make this decision, can review all of this and come back to us in time to get it up this winter. So I don't object to sending it to the planning board, but without putting a rush on it. Let them look at what's going on this winter. And by the time it comes back to us, it probably will be April, several months, March or April, and they will have this winter, they will look at it. So I would say, in view of that, I don't mind sending it to the planning board, as long as we're not sending it with an urgency that we have to do it immediately because there are businesses who want to know for this winter.
Commissioner Hoff, is that a motion?
That's a motion. Okay.
I'll second it then.
That we direct the proposed ordinance amendments, chapter 126,
I like that.
Article 4, section 4.44, to the planning board for their review and recommendations.
It's seconded by Commissioner Sherman. Okay, Jenna, I think I hope we're comfortable with the directions you heard and no urgency on this. And hopefully by the time the planning board, they put in the queue, by the time they start reviewing it, you probably gathered every information needed, as Commissioner Hoff and Mayor Pro Tem Long and every other commissioner said, that we're aware of really the must do's on those decisions that we have to make in the future. And like we said earlier, this is a long-term decision. This has nothing to do with COVID-19. I think the COVID-19 situation and the pandemic had taught us a lot to help us better our outdoor dining regulations and ordinance. And I hope we can come back with some great recommendation. With that, I'll leave it to the commission for any other comment on the motion. Seeing none. Any from the public? No hands? All right. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor, absent. Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes, thank you. Bless you.
Thank you.
Yep, now we have our last item under unfinished business, item B. We have a resolution to approve the continuation of free parking in all structures through March 31st, 2021. I do believe we have our commander, Scott Gruey, with us. Give us some background on this, and the floor is yours, Mr. Gruey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Commission. As you recall, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the city instituted free parking in all 5 of the parking structures that started back on April 1st. This was part of an economic relief effort to support the local businesses and restaurants. In August of this past summer, both the Advisory Parking Committee and the Commission reviewed this matter and agreed to continue the free parking through the end of the year. As the end of the year approached, at the November 4th meeting, the APC again spoke about the rate fees for the parking structures and passed a recommendation to continue free parking through the end of March. Since this was postponed at the last City Commission meeting, there were several questions that were submitted, and that was included in this packet as far as the questions and answers that came in.
Thank you, Commander Gruey. Commissioners, any questions for our commander? Wow, it's very clear. Great, Commissioner Sherman.
Seeing no questions, I'm going to move the suggested resolution. This is a great opportunity for us to help the businesses in the downtown area at no cost to our taxpayers. It's clear from the financial information that the parking fund balance is sufficient to cover the expenses without truly dipping into those funds. In fact, we had capital improvements that totaled $1,457,000, and yet the parking fund only went down $1,375,000. So for the 3 months, if that helps our businesses survive this continued shutdown and the effects of COVID, let's do it.
Okay, that's a motion.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hoff. Any comment on the motion by the commissioners? Commissioner Host.
Hey, I'm kind of saddened we weren't going to discuss this, but now we are. And I firmly believe that if we don't have any data, we're not going to be able to move forward. by not having the gates down, we don't have any data. And when you say it doesn't cost anybody, in reality, all this money is ours. You know, it belongs to the taxpayers. It is costing us some money, and as such, in talking to our city manager today, it's too soon to do something January 1st. Maybe we can do something February 1st. I would like to see the gates down February 1st, if only to have data. We can charge a nominal fee or not, but if the gates aren't down, we don't know jack squat.
Any other comment on the motion? Commissioners? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Long.
I agree with Commissioner House that I would like to be able to have data about who's using the decks, about permit versus 2-hour free versus transient parking. I understand the importance of this initiative to the businesses. I wonder why Ferndale and Royal Oak aren't doing anything similar for their retailers and restaurants. But I also understand that that there would be a cost to acquire any of that data and to charge a nominal fee. And I would be hesitant to provide relief for permits that wasn't also provided for transient parkers. So I will support the motion, but I would hope that, in April, we begin charging at least something so we can get back into a planning phase and understanding what the uses of our facilities actually are.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Long. Any other comments by the commissioners on the motion? Commissioner Nikita.
I would just say that we have to do whatever we can to enhance our downtown, the downtown, our whole entire downtown community, which is office as well as commercial, and a lot of visitors. It's a whole array of things. It's a very different downtown circumstance than even Royal Oak and surely Ferndale as examples. So I think we have a much more complex and a much more substantial complex issue to deal with in terms of how parking relays. Keep in mind that the surface lots, which are key, or the surface components, which are the street parking, is still charged, obviously, to keep it moving and to keep it transient, which is a critical strategy. So I think we're addressing that. But our downtown is so critical to our city. It's contributing a significant amount of revenue and a significant amount of assets to the entire city and all residents, including the residents who just live in the city and don't use the downtown. It's a very, very important value, and we need to do whatever we can to make sure that it is in the best position possible given this very challenging time. So we have $20 million, give or take, in our bank account for the parking authority. The amount of money that we're losing relative to the last so many months has been not substantial enough, I think, to wipe out the gain that we could give to our business community. So I think we have to be very mindful of that. And I'm willing to let this go another couple of months, and hopefully we'll be able to take advantage of rethinking it come spring.
Correct. Commissioner Sherman, comment?
I think it's also important to understand the source of the funds that are in the parking fund.
Correct.
And the source of those funds are user fees, permit fees, and special assessments that have been collected from the business community. It is not from taxpayer money directly. If a resident, a taxpayer, utilized the parking deck and was a transient parker, then those funds would have gone into the system. But other than that, what we are doing is we are assisting the people who have supported the parking system and giving them an opportunity to recover from the situation that we find ourselves in. And we are fortunate that because the system has been run well, we have the ability to do this. I don't see a downside here. In fact, there are a whole lot of upsides. So I would strongly encourage that we get this taken care of. And
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. Any other commissioners comment before I go to the public? I'd like to say my comment. I think we really have to ought to consider that we're really still going through a very, very, very harsh time in the whole nation. The pandemic still hitting us harder than when it hit us first. And it is a rough time on any business owner, on any establishment that exists in the downtown, for whether it's a retail, whether it's office, whether, I know the system is not perfect. No system is perfect. There's always going to be people taking advantage of the free parking that maybe, or certain comments been made, maybe the data will prove that they don't deserve that free parking. But you know what? I think the loss from this is significant to the gain that we're giving to our retailers that need every help we could. Remember, any retail in downtown, January, February, March is the slowest ever shopping season for them. So every bit help. We don't know when this pandemic is going to end. I'm in full support to really extend this to March 31st as approved the resolution as is. If financially we were not okay, then we ought to think of something why we need to charge or we need to meet somewhere halfway. But financially, we're very, very okay on the parking fund. Parking fund is separate fund, and they're very healthy there. So with that, I fully support that we really during this pandemic time, this is the least we can do for our businesses in town. With that, I open it to any comment on the motion from the public. We have Mr. Richard Astron. Are you with us, Mr. Astron? You have to unmute yourself, please, Mr. Astron.
Second.
Okay, go ahead.
It says that, yeah, am I unmuted?
Yes, I can
Yes.
hear you. We can hear
Okay.
you.
The one thing I'd like to address is if any of the commissioners have even walked the streets in the last week to 10 days during our holiday season, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that the traffic is down immensely. I mean, people are very, very nervous about this pandemic. And my big concern is what everybody else is saying and all the medical experts, that this is going to peak in the months of January, February, and March. We'll be damn lucky if the vaccines aren't given to people sometime, the general public, by April. All we're asking for is a little bit of help so we could get through probably the worst crisis I've seen in almost 50 years of being a merchant in downtown Birmingham. I mean, we are pouring our hearts and soul into everything. And to even think about, you know, when you're sitting on those kind of funds, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting till we're drowning? I mean, this makes no sense at all. I can't even believe that you're even discussing any opposition to this. You should be there with open arms saying, how can we help you? You know, it's almost the feeling, instead of throwing us a life preserver, you're throwing us an anchor in drowning water. I mean, again, I have been there almost 50 years and I've never lived through a crisis like this. I mean, and not only that, I go in that store every day and I'm concerned about my health. I don't know who's walking in with asymptomatic coronavirus. I mean, I just don't get it. You know, I've poured my heart and soul into this city. I've been on every committee and everything I've done is for the betterment of this city. And even to be discussing this is beyond my comprehension. And I think that when consumers are coming into the structures, they don't want to be fiddling with their credit cards and the difficulty of getting in and out of those structures. And just to make the point again, to Mr. Sherman's, you know, I have paid for the assessments for every one of those single parking garages. And it's paid for by user fees too. So, I mean, and to be sitting on those kind of funds, and I don't think it belongs to the citizens of, or the residents of the city of Birmingham. We've all contributed to this. So, it just seems so unfair, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Astron. Mr. Haig.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. Andrew Haig, Birmingham, Michigan. Just a quick one on the traffic count idea. Is there not a way that we could still collect that data to understand the volume of traffic going in and out? Because it may also help us with parking deck management as well. Can the parking gates not be set to just open automatically as a vehicle comes up to them, and that registers the entry, but it doesn't have to have a payment associated with it? Or if we can't do that, what about the like the rubber tube on-street traffic counters, just so we can get a count of what goes in and out to understand the kind of volumes that we're seeing, just to generate that data? Not talking about earning anything from this or even covering costs, just to understand the volume, because we've had many discussions about maintenance of the decks. Maybe there's a way that we could consolidate operations, perhaps with temporarily closing one or two of the decks to allow some stress relief on them as structures and load up a different one, or reduce maintenance effort in these decks somehow to just still allow the access that's wanted, but understand what's going on. Just a thought, just an idea, because the traffic counting point just caught my attention and made me think. Thank you.
Good comment. Thank you, Mr. Haig. Dr. Vaitas, go ahead with your comment, please, on the motion.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that, the small businesses, they're the ones who buy the parking permits for their employees. And in these economic times, the amount of suffering that the small businesses are having it's unprecedented. So the advisory parking committee views this more as a bailout package or a stimulus to help the small businesses survive the situation. The retail holiday season, I mean, it's in a dumper, so it's going to be tough times. So and any support with the reduced rate parking, I think will definitely help the small businesses, and I think it's something we really need to do.
Thank you for your comment, Dr. Alvaitis. Mr. David Bloom, go ahead, please, with your name.
Hi, good evening, David Bloom, Birmingham, Michigan. Wow, this is an interesting conversation, and it's a good one. And to Mr. Astron's point, he was questioning why this needs to be discussed, and regardless of what happens, it is public funds and it's a public decision. So it, unfortunately or unfortunately, it needs to be discussed, and it's part of the process. I'm really sympathetic to the situation of the retailers and the people that have to pay to use the parking downtown. I think the city has been really accommodating and generous in how we've opened up our arms and opened up the gates to try and help people and let people come in. I'm estimating, based on what I understand, and I could be wrong, that so far this year we've lost about $1 million in revenue because of what we've done. So about a year ago, we were looking at spending $60 million in issuing bonds to build a new deck. So to say that the $20 million that we have is sufficient is not really correct if we're looking at building future decks next year or in the future, or something in the Triangle District. And we need to be really careful how we manage our finances. And we have very high taxes in our community, and I'm sure there are a lot of people here that would like to have their property taxes lowered as residents. So what I would like to suggest is, first of all, Andrew Haig's comment about collecting data, or even putting those wires across the ground to understand the traffic flow, or have the gates open and close even if there's no charges to get data. I think that should be a minimum. And then I would look at some kind of compromise. Instead of maybe 2 hours free, maybe it's 4 hours free. Or maybe we do something to lower the permit fees for for small businesses or something like that to try and help out, because we do want to be sympathetic and we do want to be helpful, but we also have to mind our finances and make sure that we're making prudent decisions. And giving away additional parking at the cost that we are now, I think is too prohibitive, and I think some kind of compromise is necessary. But at a minimum, we should be counting the vehicles that are going in and out, even if they're not being charged, so we get a better sense of what's going on. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. With that, any other public comment on the motion? Dr. Vaitas, would you like to add something, please? I'll give you a few seconds as we need to keep going. I'm sorry? Oh, you're done? You just had your hand raised? Okay, great. Seeing no public comment, I'll bring it back. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard absent. Commissioner Host?
No.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Thank you, Alex. With that, we go to continue our business under new business. We have item A, we have a public hearing, 470 North Old Woodward EM Bistro. We have a resolution in front of us to approve the final site plan and design and SLUP permit at 470 North Old Woodward to allow for the operation of a new bistro EM. And with that, I'd like to open the public hearing. And I do believe we have our planning director, Ms. Ecker, with some background and presentation on the establishment. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this is a bistro request for 470 North Old Woodward, which is the building and space just south of Market North End. If you recall, in April, it came before you for a pre-screening. It was the only bistro that was submitted in April, and you did move it forward to send to the planning board. The planning board did review it on October 28th, and they did recommend unanimously that it be moved forward to the City Commission for approval. I'll go through some of the details. First, I just want to state that everything that was in your packet, the applicant's architect did send a revised plan on Friday after the packet went out. So I will have to explain what the differences are and leave it up to you as to whether you wish to accept that at this late date or not. But there are a few minor changes to the seating. So essentially what they're proposing is a bistro, as we said. As you know, a bistro is required to have a full service kitchen. It can have seating for no more than 65 people, including no more than 10 at a bar. Low key entertainment only, must have outdoor dining. No dance area is permitted. Alcohol can only be served to patrons seated or in a defined bar area. They must have a minimum of 70% glazing along the storefront, and they have to have storefront windows, tables in the storefront window along the front of the building. They're also required to execute a contract with the city because they are going to be operating, if approved, under a special land use permit. Just to go through some of those requirements, what they're proposing, let me put up, actually, I will share the screen and put up the drawing that was in the packet that you received, which is shown here. Except I can't. Can you guys see it now?
Not yet, Jenna. Here we go.
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yep. Jenna, is this the different one or this is the one we have?
This is the one you have.
Okay.
I'll put the different one up in a minute, but I'll kind of go through what the changes are. So I'll just walk you through this. So can everyone see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the storefront space for EM Bistro that's proposed. If you see that to the north, this diagonally striped off area, that's Market North End. There is an entrance to the building right here in between the two restaurants, and there's a corridor that runs through the building down the middle here. So EM Bistro is proposed to have a front door along the front facade here. And also if you entered the main entrance to the building, you could also get into the restaurant off of that corridor. What they're proposing is a kitchen in this back area here. They are stating that it is, well, small, a full service kitchen. They are proposing a bar area in front of the kitchen, and then seating around the front of the restaurant and down the sides. At this time, the application that was submitted originally showed 44 seats inside, including 10 at the bar. And then they had outdoor dining. Now, this is actually the wall here that separates indoor from outdoor. So what they're proposing immediately adjacent to the building for outdoor dining is 28 seats. And then they're having the required 5-foot walking path for the sidewalk. Then they're also proposing to have additional seats moving into the street, which you can see where these angled parking spaces are. They're proposing a platform that would extend into 2 of the on-street angled parking spaces, and that's an additional 36 seats out here. They're proposing a railing as well as concrete planters, which are shown by these drawings here because they're proposed to have junipers within them. They are showing a trash receptacle outdoors in this area here. Some of the questions that came up at the planning board was, well, what are you going to do about restrooms? They're proposing to share the restrooms with Market North End so that their patrons would be able to use the same restroom facilities. Just so you know, there's nothing in our zoning ordinance that prohibits that. So that is possible. They are stating that they will not be sharing a kitchen with Market North End, but this area here that you see in the back is Market North End's kitchen. It connects to Market North End through here. What they're proposing is a separate establishment, even though it shares this joint corridor here. It would have its own kitchen, its own bar, and then these seats. Now I'm going to put up the drawing that shows the updated version, and I'll show you where the changes are. In this version here, a couple of things. The outdoor dining area in terms of the number of seats, etc., stays the same. However, they've eliminated a trash receptacle in the area close to the building, and they have left their trash receptacle out here. Everything else outside is the same. What changes is on the inside, and what they've done is they've added a table here, just a 2-top, and then this area here used to have 3 seats sort of as a waiting area, and they've extended these seats and added a few tables across here and gotten rid of those 3 seats that were in the waiting area. They've also changed the layout of the bar somewhat, and they're proposing now 2 spots at either end and then 6 along here. Previously, they were all along the front and down along this side, and it was configured a little differently. They still have the kitchen in the back, so essentially they've made the bar there's a little more room, I should say, in the kitchen area. So they've expanded the length of the line here for the kitchen and the cook line. This is the prep area that's here. They are showing now some sort of partition. I'm not sure what exactly this is. So I think you might want to ask the architect or the owner. At least it would block off something here. They're adding this, which I presume is the host stand, although it is not marked as such. And they have also, so now they've gone from 44 seats inside to 52, including those at the bar. So they have added 8 seats from what you had in your packet. As I said, everything else is primarily the same. They did also take away a little service area that was back here, and they just extended the length of the cook line to make the kitchen a little bit bigger. So this is what they're proposing. They, in the defined bar area, what I had previously calculated was 89.5 square feet of defined bar area. This latest plan doesn't have the area defined on it, but I think it may be a little bit larger, the bar area, where they can serve patrons liquor if they're standing up only in that defined bar area. They're still not proposing a dance floor or any entertainment. They still meet all of the glazing requirements, and they still have tables in the storefront space lining the streets. It's important to note that the changes to the exterior of the building, for any of you that have gone by recently, they were actually done as a result of a review and approval of the design review board back last spring, I think it was. So they actually added all of the exterior changes when they were updating the building at that time. So this proposal before you for a bistro is not proposing anything different on the outside with regards to the building itself, but it is adding the outdoor dining, and they would have to add any signage. They're not proposing any signage at this time for this restaurant. So
And
whether they,
excuse
pardon
me,
me?
before we go any forward, I just don't want, for the sake of clarity. So the planning board did not have a chance to look at the revised plan, did they?
They did not.
I mean, I just want to throw this out. I don't believe, I mean, in our practice, usually we have to start the plan by being approved by the planning board. If you have not reviewed it, I don't know what are we approving tonight. I mean, it's a last minute thing, but again, it's just a bad practice in my opinion. But I would leave it up to the commissioners should they feel comfortable. But I believe this, it's not a slight review. I mean, there's quite a changes in the plan where regardless that the planning board should review first. Wouldn't it be the normal practice, Jenna, that for the planning board to see it first?
Well, I think it's frankly, we've done it both ways depending on the extent of the changes, but it is up to the city commission to determine if you think they are substantial changes enough to warrant going back to the planning board. We definitely have had applicants change plans with minor tweaks, or in particular where the planning board said, okay, we want you to change your plans to address X, Y, and Z before you get to the commission. In this case, some of the additional information was requested by the planning board, but the planning board did not direct them to change the interior layout or add seating.
Commissioner Nikita?
Well, as a long-term planning board member, I would say it has been done both ways. One of the things that in the planning board doesn't really put as much emphasis on the interior other than the fundamentals of things that affect the exterior generally. So edges and windows and things like that. The key component of the interior here would be the number of seats, and that's not changing from what I'm gathering, right, Jana?
No, it is changing. It's going from 44 inside to 52 inside.
Oh, the ones at the north end, yeah. The bar doesn't change other than the arrangement, but a few more seats on that. Primarily the exterior is where the planning board is most concerned of, and that's pretty minor changes here. There are just a couple of alterations. So I guess with that, it's pretty limited as far as, but I'm comfortable either way.
I just want to clarify before we move on. Commissioners, any comments?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff, sorry, I don't see you guys because the screen is shared. Go ahead, you can speak, Commissioner Hoff. I don't see you though.
Well, I don't know if now's the time, if Jana is through, because I do have a few concerns. And one of my main concerns is that we created the bistro license for small operations, no more than 65 seats, and they meet that requirement, 52 seats, including the bar. But to put 64 seats outside is changing the whole concept of the bistro license. Bistros are allowed to have outdoor seating, but in my mind, to have 64 for a total of 136 seats is a much larger establishment than I thought bistros should be. That's number one. Number two, the fact that they are taking just what we talked about with the Daxton, if it applies use of public parking spots on South Old Woodward, it applies on North Old Woodward. And how can they take parking spots and put their seating, their outdoor seating, when they do have room for seating on the sidewalk, but in addition, they're going to put the platform where the parking spaces are. I see that as a problem. In my mind, that's a problem. And I would like to know all of these different aspects that Jana has cited in her materials, like the applicant has not provided proposed hours of operation, and the applicant must clarify how they intend to manage trash. There are quite a few of these that I'm wondering, have they been answered? Has the applicant answered all of those questions?
Do you want me to respond?
Yeah, Jenna,
Okay.
did you finish your presentation, number one? I'm sorry, I had to cut you, so I don't want you to go through more minutes if the commissioner wished to bring it back to the planning board. But now knowing what we know, you can go ahead if you're done.
Okay. All right. So I will go through a little bit more. And to answer Commissioner Hoff's questions, yes, they have provided the requested information. They have provided the proposed hours of operation. They're proposing 7 days a week, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. with outdoor dining to cease at midnight. They have provided a roof plan and the mechanical equipment for the roof to show that there's proper screening for that mechanical equipment. They've also provided not cut sheets, but a drawing of the custom made furnishings they'll be proposing for outdoor use. I'm trying to think what else was missing at the time. There were a couple of other items, I believe. A signed contract. They have provided a signed contract. They had to comply with the requests of all departments, which there weren't any. Oh, and the managing trash. Yes, they intend to share the trash facility that's in the back by the parking lot behind Market North End. When they went to the design review board earlier this year, they did expand the dumpster enclosure and they got approval for that so that they could add some capacity back there and increase the screening area. So they are proposing to use that area back there. Some of the other elements, they're not required to provide any parking. As you know, they're in the parking assessment district as their commercial use. They do not need to provide that. As Commissioner Hoff pointed out, they are proposing to use 2 of the on-street angled parking spaces for a deck. With regards to landscaping, they're not adding anything. There is 1 street tree there that's proposing to remain. As I mentioned, they're adding those concrete planters with junipers in them to surround the north and south edges of the outdoor dining area. With regards to loading, they're not required to provide a loading space. The vehicular access to the site, some people can park in that small parking lot that is behind Market North End, but most people will be parking on the street or in the public parking system or walking to the restaurant. With regards to pedestrian access and circulation, as I mentioned, there is a 5-foot required clear path for pedestrians along North Old Woodward that is proposed between the 2 outdoor dining areas, the part and adjacent to the building and the part extending into the street. To the point about the number of outdoor dining seats, if you recall, the commission, I'm going to guess roughly 2 years ago at the most, changed the ordinance to put on a limit for the number of outdoor dining seats because of the concern about how many outdoor dining seats some bistros had added, and the commission capped that at 65. So they are still underneath that requirement by 1 because they're at 64 outdoor. It's still, of course, within your policy discretion to determine if this is too much for this particular area, but at this time they meet what the ordinance states. The only other issue that I would mention is the lighting that they have indicated on one of the sheets that they have lighting under the canopy, and they've also indicated that that was approved when it went through the design review board. So at this point, I think I'll go through the outdoor dining requirements, which I touched on briefly, that they have to provide an enclosed area, which they have by the railings and the planters. They also have to keep that 5-foot pedestrian space. They have to maintain a trash receptacle. And I'm going to put my screen up again for a minute because the original plan that they submitted, it did have a trash receptacle out here in the part to the west of the sidewalk, and then they had one on this side, which they do not now. So that's up to you if you'd want to see them add another one in this section over here. They do have one in the outdoor dining area, but technically this is kind of broken into 2 areas. So you may want to decide if you would like to see another one. As I mentioned, they have provided the hours of operation. They have provided a spec sheet for the tables and chairs. I think you saw that the chairs were in your packet. And right now I'll show you, can everyone see this table?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Yeah,
Ken.
where?
On your screen, are you still seeing the plan or are you seeing
Yeah,
it?
the plan.
Okay, all right. I got to figure out how to change this then. Hold on.
You're cross.
New share. All right. Now can you see a table?
Yes, we do.
Okay. They're stating that they're proposing to have these tables custom made for outdoor use. And now I will go back to the plan. They're also proposing 9 table umbrellas to be mounted inside these tables, and they are proposed to have dark bronze posts and sunbrella wheat fabric colors. They're shown in the elevations that you saw, the color renderings at the front of the establishment. In the on-street parking area, they are proposing a platform, so a Trex deck to extend that area to make it a consistent height with the sidewalk. We did submit this plan around, well, the previous version, to all the departments, and they did not have any comments or concerns with regards to the layout. As I mentioned, as I pointed out, there's several minor changes that are made to the interior and area of this proposal. So with regards to the selection criteria for bistro licenses, as you know, you may approve up to 2 per year. This would be the first one for the calendar year of 2020. There are several things that you are required in Chapter 10 alcoholic liquors of the City Code to look at. Their ability to finance the project, their track record, the owner's track record with the city in terms of responding to city and or citizen concerns, whether the applicant has an adequate site plan to handle the bistro liquor license activities, whether they have adequate health and sanitary facilities, the establishment's location in relation to the determined interest in the establishment of bistros within the city, the extent to which the cuisine operated or offered by the applicant is represented in the city, and then whether the applicant has outstanding obligations to the city. So this was the only bistro application pre-selected by the commission for 2020. I believe you know the operators, Kristen and Joe Bongiovanni, who are also the owners of Market North End. They are on the call today, and I believe they have a short presentation that they would like to present to you. So they do have experience, obviously, operating an establishment in Birmingham. They also have another establishment in Royal Oak down on Woodward Avenue. They have stated that this will be paid for out of their personal funds to finance this new bistro endeavor. So they do appear to meet the financial requirement. They definitely have experience in successfully operating Market North End, and then jointly some other establishments in Birmingham. They have been good at working with the city to respond to complaints either from residents or from the city. The site plan as proposed, it does meet the layouts in terms of access and building code requirements and such for safe areas and adequate access, etc. There is enough capacity in the water and sewer system to handle this new establishment. As I mentioned, in terms of an adequate site plan, they do have their own kitchen area. There have been some comments that were received about the size of it in relation particularly to Market North End, but they do have a full kitchen that's provided here. It is small or smaller than Market North End, but they do have full service kitchen and bar area. They are located in the downtown Birmingham overlay district, which is one of the areas that the commission has previously determined to be an area where you would like to see some additional bistros. Of course, it's up to you to determine when you see enough bistros in a particular area or when you would like to see more. The type of food that EM, this bistro is named EM, stands for employee meal. What they're proposing is to come up with an eclectic Mexican-inspired menu that has an emphasis on seafood and twist on some favorites. So maybe it would be seafood tacos and things a little more fancier than I can describe because I'm not so good at cooking. But essentially, it's Mexican-type cuisine, which isn't represented in the city right now, given that Rojo has departed. And in any event, it would be a twist on that, more on the coastal Mexican seafood menu is what they're thinking. So that is what they're proposing. As I stated, in terms of the elements that the planning board had asked, they did recommend unanimously to the commission that you consider approving this with several conditions. They have met all of those requests in terms of providing all the information requested of them from the planning board. I'm happy to answer any questions, put up the old plan, new plan. If you want, I can also put up the elevations that show the color rendering from the front. Just let me know.
Hey, commissioners. But before we go there, I think you said we have the owner or have a small presentation also. Maybe would like to hear it before we go with question whether to you directly, Ms. Ecker, or to the owner. Mr. Bongiovanni, is he with us, or he has a representative?
He is with you, and I believe he also has a representative.
Whoever want to speak on behalf of the establishment, the floor is yours. Please state your name and go ahead.
Hi guys, how's everybody? I appreciate you seeing us today. I'm Joe Bongiovanni. I'm a Birmingham resident. I live at 583 North Old Woodward here in Birmingham on the North End. And my wife and I, Kristen, are the owners of Market North End as well, as it's been mentioned. We really appreciate the opportunity to be back in front of you again for our final approval of our bistro license application. I do want to preface every comment here that we're perfectly comfortable with using the presented documents that you've all received as being the criteria by which you base this approval today. The changes and the adjustments are not pertinent to today's conversation in our view. They're not requirements of ours. We may ask for that addressing later on as time goes forward if that's appropriate, but really we're hopeful to present to you a project that both the design review board, the planning boards, and many of our neighbors and guests have indicated they're in favor of. We were really thrilled with how those previous meetings had gone, and have a lot of belief that we've kind of hit on something that will be efficient and effective for the city. We've worked on creating a restaurant that complements the North End particularly, the city's offerings in general, and we're super mindful of the guests and their hopes for restaurants around town. We really are kind of keen to and listen to what people are wanting out of their restaurants, their experiences, and we think that we can create that. We most definitely will be a separate operation from Market North End. Kristen and I have a concept in our mind that we believe works in Birmingham, and it has to do with the individualness of a restaurant and how it affects guests differently from space to space, and how that can be such a powerful, important component of interactions. My dad, 10 years ago, started Lux Bar and Grill, and Kristen and I were lucky enough to be a part of that opening and created an operation that's been really valuable in the city, and especially on the North End. And Market, we believe, has complemented that operation greatly. Like, they create a whole different vibe and a whole different experience that is positive and gives some options to the guests that are necessary. We expect that this restaurant will accomplish the same goals, and it'll feel completely different from the guests' effect. And particularly, our hope is to kind of create an environment that is extraordinary. It's small, intimate, and really kind of is the blueprint for what a bistro in Birmingham should really be. And I'm certainly keen to some of Rat Clean's comments and some comments that happened before in the outdoor dining discussions. But we really believe that it's important that these restaurants have a distinctive nature to them so that guests have their own experiences that they can get out of them. We recognize that, well, most importantly, Kristen and I love doing business in Birmingham. It's been a really good opportunity for us to be in business here. We've developed a collection of people that are dedicated to see our vision through. We feel a little obliged, and I heard a guest comment earlier in the meeting regarding employees of businesses and such. And I must say that while the first go round of COVID was very difficult and there was so much uncertainty, this go round in the fall and into the winter months is substantially greater than it was before. And the effect on our staff and the people that work for us has been really quite profound, a lot more so than ever in the summertime was. And so we are kind of keen to that. And we do believe we have a lot of really good people around us, and that's our motivation for really trying to grow our operation. We think that we have something to offer. We have some people that can really perform and do it and meet the expectations of the guests around us. And I think that our goal has always been and is to be an asset to the Birmingham restaurant scene. So that's our hope.
Thank you, Mr. Bongiovanni. I don't know if you can hear me, guys. My screen is frozen, but can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Eric, if you can help me, my screen is frozen. I don't see any hands at all. I see everybody's frozen, but I can keep talking as long as they can hear me. So with that, commissioners, any questions for Mr. Bongiovanni? And please go ahead with your questions. State your name as I cannot see you.
Brad Host.
Go ahead, Commissioner Host.
Joe, Janet mentioned that you want to close at 1 a.m. and nothing outside after midnight. What's the status of your other restaurants there? I mean, do they all close at 1 a.m. or and you got to be off the streets at midnight, so to speak?
That's the expectation by the city, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, are the other restaurants under the same timetable?
Market North End is, and I believe Lux is as well. I think Sal's closes earlier.
Okay. By the way, I think this is going to be a real boom to the North End, and I appreciate it. It's just, my God, you're not a small restaurant. You're 117 spots.
Only during the summer months, sir. You know, it's
okay.
One of the things that's been super, Commissioner Nikita talked about outdoor dining earlier and the power of it this year. I would add to all the outdoor dining comments, and in this case, the motivation is not the number of seats as much as it is that interaction with the guests through the city streets. This year was the most vibrant summer that the city, in my view, has experienced. And I've been around Salvatore Scalapini since 1985 in some fashion. You know, my dad started a long time ago. And I'm aware with what the master plan looked like back in the 80s. I'm aware that they wanted this walkable community. And I think that from all intents and purposes, this summer was the first time that it really jumped in front of us all. And it was well received by the guests. It was well received by operations. And to Mr. Nikita's comments, the most important period of time for restaurants and these expanded outdoor dining will be for the next 6 months through the next summer. If we can, this is going to be a bad winter, it looks like, and it's been already a really bad 3 weeks for operations, way worse than the summer months were. And if we could have expanded outdoor dining that was able to deal with the inclement weather through the summer months of next summer, we may be able to kind of come out of this thing feeling pretty good about things by next September and next October, both with vaccines and with the way people utilize restaurants. We know there's pent-up demand. And what you did as a commission by letting us have that outdoor dining this past summer was a lifesaver for so many of us, and us included. And so we're grateful for that. And as you guide forward on it, if you just give us the rest of this winter and into next summer, I think that you'll see a lot of really positive operations because of it, and that vibrance that the city had hoped for all along.
Thank you, Joe. Commissioners, any question? Commissioner Hoff.
Yeah, I have a couple questions based on planning board minutes. First of all, I understand the design review board approved the suspended steel pergola. Could you please explain what that is?
Jenna?
Yes. Yes, and I will put up, I'll share my screen again and put up the color rendering from the front so that hopefully, just bear with me for a second here. All right, and that is, it's on page 251, I believe, of your pack. No, 243. All right, so let me share my screen here. Sorry that took so long. Okay, can everyone see the picture?
Yes, Jenna.
Okay. So this area here is the suspended steel pergola. So essentially it's creating a covered area similar to an awning or a canopy. It comes out on these metal pieces. They're proposing to have material hung between those. You can see that the metal pieces are also attached to the building up there. So this shows their outdoor dining area with the walking area in the middle. They're railing along the edge, and then some of the plantings that they're proposing. Does that clarify for Commissioner Hoff?
Yes, that does. I have a question now. What about this, as we're looking at this, what about the second floor of this building? What's that going to be, or what's that going to be used for?
The second floor is not part of this application. There's already a tenant up there, and I believe that they plan to stay.
I think there's a salon, Jenna, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Salon, and it's going to stay there.
Yes.
Okay, where's the stairway to get upstairs?
You can see that if I switch to the plan again. Oh, hold on.
It's back a little ways, I thought I saw.
Right. Jenna,
Yes.
it's where the, here we go.
Right in the center here.
Yeah.
Kind of separating EM from Market North End. You see the staircase here?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
So you go in through the hall, that hallway, that long hallway?
Yes, you come in the main front door of the building here, and there's a corridor that leads back to the staircase.
Okay.
And then there's an elevator in the back, I believe.
One other question. That EM Bistro would pay a rental fee for any public property leased from the city. Are they paying anything for those parking spaces?
They would be required to, if you decide to approve this, then they would be required to pay, just as you talked about with the Daxton Hotel, the full rental cost as if a car was parked in each of those spaces for the entire time they're using it. So they pay for renting both of those spaces for every day of the season that they
Has
do.
that been figured out yet? Do you have a dollar amount for that?
The police department has a dollar amount. It used to be $12 a day. I don't know if that's gone up. I'm going to guess so, because I think that my memory of that is probably like from 5 years ago. So it's probably a little higher than that now, but they do have the amount. Yes.
$12 a day per meter.
Well, that's an old number. I think it's probably been increased since then, but to give you a ballpark.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions for Jana or for Mr. Bongiovanni? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Sherman, go ahead. My screen is, I can see you guys. Go ahead.
So we have the shared bathrooms here between Market North and EM. We've got 134 seats being added. And what's the capacity over at Market?
I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but I can count them. Obviously, they need
117 for EM.
So you've got 250 seats and one male, one female bathroom? Is that?
Yes, and that was brought up at the planning board as well. A concern about the number of restroom facilities.
That is a concern. You know, where are they going to queue people for that? Where are they going to queue people for the restaurant? In the hallway? Because on the revised plan, they've removed the seats for people waiting.
That's correct. I just want to point out with regard to the restrooms that I understand that they do meet the building code requirements for the number of restrooms required. That being said, it was certainly a big topic of conversation at the planning board level.
They do meet the code requirement, you said, Jana?
Yes,
Yeah.
they do.
Okay.
Commissioner?
Even with the revised, I'm sorry, 1 second, Mr. Bongiva. I'm talking, Jana, with the revised plan, do we know if they still meet the code?
That I do not know because the building department has not looked at it. They've added 8 seats. So I'm not sure.
Okay. I do believe Mr. Bonislawski, representative, go ahead. Do you want to answer that question? Or do you have a comment?
Yes, if I might. Good evening, everybody. Roman Bonislawski from Ron and Roman. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention a couple of things to the last question. We're good for an occupancy up to 300 with the 2 double bathrooms that we have in there. So we do meet the building code even with the revised number. And with regards to that, I wanted to mention 2 other things, both with regards to Ms. Huff's question about the removal of the trash containers. They're actually on both sides of the door and we've put plants on top of them. If you look, our service stations are beneath both of those locations. So we actually end up with 3 trash containers out there. That was my first comment. And the second one was with regards to why the plan even changed. Visually, it's obvious the smallness of this kitchen, but the smallness of the kitchen has been crafted by Joe specifically looking for this really vibrant little restaurant operation where everything is created in front of you with ceviches and out of a raw oyster and seafood componentry. And if you compare the previous to current plan, which the project has been moving on, the one thing COVID has done, it permitted us the luxury of first designing the building and then Joe designed the concept. But since that time, he sits in that restaurant, which is empty and waiting to be a restaurant every day, and considering the improvement that could be made. And because of that small kitchen, if you notice the difference between the 2 plans, we made the bar actually a little tighter, but had to move it up in the space in order to create a completely secondary hallway there in front of the cook line in order to expedite all the food out of that cook line. And once we moved that up, it didn't permit us the luxury of having the free tables and chairs, which prompted the balance of that. Again, still meeting the requirement. I would just say also that at the time that we were presenting this in front of the Planning Commission, there was even the question of why couldn't we get more seats out of it, and it was based on the way it was previously configured. I wanted to add those comments because this has been a labor of love to really craft this tiny food service component to try to make it work. And I'm sure you've all at least been able to witness a small food operation that wasn't designed to work well. That's all for my comments. And Joe could speak much more to the food preparation because this is completely contained. The food prep and the food cooking is completely contained within this area. It's the uniqueness of the menu that's allowing that.
Thank you, Mr. Bonislawski. With that, any question from the commissioner to Jana or to the owner? Mayor Pro Tem Long, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. So I have been to market number of times, and it is a wonderful establishment that certainly adds to the experience in that area of town. But I'd like to go back and reflect on the intent of the bistro ordinance. I think that we anticipated, targeting certain areas of town, targeting missing types of cuisines as standalone establishments. And I have a concern about this, even with the assertion that it's a independent full kitchen. Looking at the relative size of market and the size of the kitchen and the spaces that are available to support it with 108 seats, and then looking at EM market, which would be either 118 or 126 seats. EM Market doesn't really seem like it has the infrastructure to be a standalone bistro. It's going to have shared bathrooms. It doesn't necessarily have any independent space that employees might use during breaks, or I'm not sure that it has perhaps enough independent dishwashing and refrigeration. And if you took the wall out in between the two, you would have what's basically a 225 some seat restaurant, which is more appropriate for a Class C license. And I am a little concerned about the intensity of this use as it's proposed, with so many outdoor seats, which could be more than just in the summer if we allow extended outdoor dining, as we had a discussion earlier this evening. I think I might be more comfortable with it without the seating in the parking spots, as Commissioner Hoff raised earlier. I'm concerned about adding 126 more people to this corner of town with surrounding residential, with parking already at a premium on the street and in lot 6. And I just wonder, again, going back to, was this really our intent to have sort of a interdependent, whether it's space, bathrooms, employees, two establishments when we came up with the bistro ordinance in the first place?
It's not a question for me, right?
No.
I mean, I would be interested if you would be willing to reduce the outdoor seating somewhat.
Let's hear from Commissioner Nikita. Go ahead.
Well, I was directly part of creating the ordinance right from the very beginning as part of the planning board, and then obviously part of the commission, having been involved in approving, I think working on approval of every bistro that's come through. So I have a lot of experience in the whole creation of the bistro. I think that the whole issue is the scale of the bistro. The bistros 65 seats and smaller are, this falls directly within that. It's just over 50 seats, which is the size of, I think it's a little bit about oriented around the size of, I think, Townhouse, which is our smallest bistro. So I would say it falls directly in line with the bistro ordinance that I recall in the creation of it all throughout. The outdoor seating aspect is something we addressed recently, as Jana just mentioned. She went through it thoroughly. I think about a year and a half ago, we had that question. We went through an extensive amount of review with the planning board, going back and forth as to what a requirement is and how big should we have for the summer months. Our outdoor seating, the decision was made that 65 seats should be the maximum for a bistro. That was determined through thorough study with the planning board. And then the commission reviewed that, and that was the determination. So I think that we've established the questions very directly and I think thoroughly over the course of years. What exactly is a bistro, and what should it be, and what are the requirements? And I think that this falls directly in line with all of what we've created as the foundation and the criteria. So I think to say that it doesn't fit is sort of incongruent with what we've done and what we've determined as what is a bistro in Birmingham. As far as the joint use, we've had a number of examples of joint use. The Rojo sidecar was a joint use. The toilet rooms are unified. The kitchen was unified. That was one example. Currently, we have examples of sidecar and slice over there. I mean, this has been part of what we've done now in a number of cases. Now, I understand those aren't all necessarily bistros, but I think that the concept of small intimate spaces, based on the idea which we originally used street side as the model, was the concept. And just the fact that one owner happens to own both of these, but they are distinctive concepts, distinctively different food and names and concepts. And I think that aesthetically they're different. I think that it's very aligned with the bistro concept altogether. As far as that location, I'm looking at, I don't know, couple dozen letters from people in that neighborhood as well as around that neighborhood that are welcoming of another restaurant in that area. I don't think it's, the market district is overscaled. There's just a couple of restaurants. Most of the businesses there are not restaurants. I think there's only 3 restaurants in that area right now. This will be 4. So I think it fits directly in with what we've done, and it's aligned with the definition that we've created as to what we expect a bistro to be. So to then go back and say, well, it doesn't fit when we've established under 65 seats for small spaces and under 65 for exterior for summer months, and then say that it doesn't fit is goes against all of what we've defined as our criteria.
Okay, Commissioner Nikita, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I appreciate Commissioner Nikita's historical perspective. I would also point out that the shared use examples are Class C licenses, not bistros. And I certainly am cognizant of the fact that technically the outdoor seating and the indoor seating are appropriate for at least standalone bistros. But as Jana said at the beginning of her presentation, we have discretion here about intensity of use. And I think we also have letters for people who are concerned about parking. Even though there are only 4 bistros here, there are other parking intensive uses such as the salon upstairs. And so again, my question was just, are 2 intense uses next door to each other necessarily in the best interest of this area? And would a slightly less intense use perhaps be more appropriate?
Commissioner Host?
I'd like to go along with the Mayor Pro Tem to the extent that what North End there has done is really enlivened, just like Luke's, thank you, Joe, enlivened the North Old Woodward corridor. But there are concerns about making it so hoppy that thanks to North Market, for instance, the traffic in late at night in Little San Francisco is a problem, as well as people parking there in the neighborhoods. And there are other issues as well. The joy of being hot, but maybe there's a happier medium for Joe and maybe that area. It does seem intense, and I also want to thank Commissioner Nikita for the comments on how this was created.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. Okay, we still have a public hearing open here. We'll direct to the public if they have any questions for the applicant or for our Director of Planning, Jana Ecker.
Mr. Bloom has his hand up.
Okay, Mr. Bloom, go ahead with your question or comment.
Hi, good evening. It is late. This is a bar, and people go to bars to drink, and people, if it's a good bar, people are going to be drinking a lot, and then they're not going to be able to go to the bathroom. That's a problem, regardless of whether we're talking about meeting code or not. And then if they can't go to the bathroom, some of these people are going to be drunk, and they're going to be getting into their vehicles and racing to get home so they can go to the bathroom and driving through our neighborhoods. And Market North is a great establishment. It's a quality operation. They serve good food. I'm sure this establishment would be run equally well in terms of the quality of the food. But if you go into market, it's standing room only. And they built this gigantic bar that's way larger than what that requires 10 seats. And then people line up at the bar, and you can't move in that place on a Friday or Saturday night. So really, if this is going to be approved, and again, I really feel like the market and these business owners, they're doing a very good job, but I also feel that they have taken advantage of Birmingham and our generosity with respect to the bistro licenses. And I think, number one, they need bathrooms, and number two, given that they've got 4 restaurants in the area, really they should be asked to get a Class C license and leave the bistro opportunities open to other people to take advantage of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Any other public? Ms. Hammond, Jennifer Hammond, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I frequent market for food at many different hours of the day. I also go for brunch, and their food is excellent. And I don't look at it as just a bar. It's a place where I can go and have lunch with my kids and with my girlfriends. It's also a great place if people walk on the trail through Booth Park and they want to come out and after and have a bite to eat, or even maybe a glass of beer or something, that it is always open and available. And because they have the seating that they do, it accommodates a lot of people at any hour. And I think that that's a great thing. And the bathroom situation there has never been an issue. I've also gotten my hair done upstairs at Red, and it's never been an issue going in and out of the salon, nor has the parking over there ever been a problem. There are so many spaces. And if anyone has concerns about Little San Francisco and the traffic flow, it's quite easy to put signs that say, and I think at this point in time, there are signs that say no parking unless you're a resident, if you have a resident permit. So I don't think that there's overflow parking that goes on in Little San Francisco. And personally, I know Joe and Christian, I don't have a dog in the race here, but I would rather have people like the Bon Giovanni's, who are already established in Birmingham and respect the community and have brought so much to the vibrance of the eating scene in downtown Birmingham, as well as their restaurant on Woodward, the OWL. I would much prefer to have people like that further their investment into my city than have someone come in, like we've seen so many multiple different renters and occupants at where Rojo was. In the time that I've lived here, in the 40 years I've been in Birmingham, that's probably been 10 different things. And we've seen problems at Vinoteca and the other place that was Chen Chow. I mean, there's so many other places that have just turned over, and they're now just empty storefronts in Birmingham, when the Bon Giovanni's have a proven track record for commitment and class and success, and their culinary expertise is excellent. And I don't think it would just be a bar place where people would go to drink massive amounts of alcohol. I think it's a very suitable need that would serve the community, especially since there is not Mexican or seafood in that type of venue here right now.
Thank you, Ms. Hammond. That, I think, no more public questions. Any commissioner questions? Again, I'd like to proceed with closing the hearing. Commissioner Nikita, you got something to add?
No, I'd like to make a motion though.
Oh, wait, yeah, wait a second, Mr. Commissioner Nikita. Let me close the hearing.
Okay.
Hearing closed. And Commissioner Nikita, go ahead with your motion.
Yeah, I move to approve the final site plan design of special land use permit 470 North Old Woodward to allow for the operation of the new bistro EM at 470 North Old Woodward.
Entertain a second.
Support.
Second, Commissioner Host. Awesome. All right. We have a.
Can I just mention to have Roman and Ron involved? How can it be wrong?
Okay, great. Any other comments? Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
I'm going to make a comment, and I'm going to say that I patronize the Bon Giovanni's restaurants, and I think they do an excellent job, and I've enjoyed them for many years. But that said, I am not going to support the motion, because going back to what I said right in the beginning, I feel whether it is allowed, if there are a couple of seats under what they could, the maximum, I feel it's too intense. I also object to taking up public parking spots. And I'm consistent on this. And no matter when it's allocating public parking spots to a business that needs more because they don't have enough to meet the requirement, or it's for a special use. And so for that reason, I want to support this. I want to support them in this new venture. I think it's a good concept, but not the way that it is. And so for that reason, I'm not supporting this motion at this time.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hoff. Any other comment on the motion by the commissioners? Commissioner Sherman.
I'm a little concerned with the outdoor dining portion. And I think back to some of the other bistros that we've approved where at the beginning, we put them in a situation where they had seating on one side of the sidewalk, but not on both, and definitely not in the street. I would actually suggest that we look at doing that here, which solves some of the issues that we have discussed here as far as intensity of use. And at the same time, we would prevent the usage or the taking up of multiple parking spots and taking away from the parking that's there. I'm trying to think on that section of Old Woodward, there are no platforms in the street. In fact, if I remember correctly, the only one that we reluctantly allowed was at the Maury. Other than that, we don't have platforms on Old Woodward. Am I missing one? So normally what we do is we ask that the tables be on the sidewalk and not in the street. So I would like to see that changed in this. It would make me more comfortable also. It would lower the intensity of use and it would eliminate the parking issue. Going to the bathroom issue, I do have concerns, but if it does comply with the building code, then you know, I have to go with that. But this I don't feel comfortable with.
Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, I was just going to say, first of all, just to be clear, is it 2 parking spaces that we're taking out, right? 2?
One,
right?
I think it's only 1.
Is it 1?
I believe it's only 1, but I'm not certain of that.
Yeah, Mr. Bengiovanni, let us have an internal dialogue. When I give you the public on the motion, I'll give you the floor if you don't mind.
Yeah, just to verify, Jana, is it 2 or 1? Can you tell us?
If you don't mind, Commissioner Nikita, go ahead, address the question to me. And Jana, can you answer that question? If not, I'll let Mr. Bengiovanni answer.
I believed it was 2, but it could be that it is the 1, and then this might be the blocked out area because of the driveway that's here. So if you give me a minute, I'll pull it up on Google Maps.
This is an important question to be answered, Jenna, as most of the concerns that we're hearing is the parking spaces that were given away. And if you can assure us it's 1 or 2, then it makes a huge difference here.
Yeah, if you can give me a minute, I'll pull it up on Google Maps.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Nikita, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a couple other points. Okay, so that's one question. The other is we have had platforms on Woodward. We have a platform on Woodward at Phoenicia. We had a platform at the Crepe Place at one time that's no longer there, but we did create a platform for that. We have one at the Maury, and down here in the Market District, we did have one at Salvatore Scalapini's, although it was on the side, not in the front, but it was in the street. So it's not unprecedented that we've had platforms on Old Woodward. I think we've had a number of them over the years. One last point I would say is that the parking, I think the parking, the majority of our parking concerns are during the evening here, because I mean, if the busyness of this restaurant would be in the evening, the majority of the parking concerns on the lot 6 are during the day. I think so that there's a sort of a shared circumstance, which we always look for with parking, where the daytime uses are complementary to the nighttime uses. So my feeling in this area is that we would be able to have parking in surplus in the lot 6 spillover in the evenings when these places are active. And I think that's the way that works currently.
Commissioner Sherman, go ahead, please.
I would point out that the platforms that were just referred to mostly occurred prior to the reworkings of Old Woodward. They were installed before, other than the Maury, which is current. All the rest of those were before we redid it. And we significantly narrowed it, increasing the size of the sidewalk. As far as Phoenicia, we haven't gotten there yet. So whether that's going to be allowed and how that's all going to work out once that section of Old Woodward is dealt with, we'll have to see.
Okay, commissioners, 15 minutes past 11. We need to move on. Sorry, but let's go with a few comments here and take it to vote. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Oh, I would just like to say that I concur with Commissioner Sherman's suggestions. I think that that would be a good compromise that would allow this to move forward. Because I remain concerned about the balance between bistro and Class C for intensity and use and fairness to the other restaurateurs in town. And again, just the intensity in that area. So I think Commissioner Sherman's suggestions are excellent.
I just want to wear the hat. My comment is, I don't want you to look at this established as the same owner. Look at it as two different owners. One happened to own North Market and another owner come in to open a Mexican place. And when the other owner followed every ordinance and every code, and as Commissioner Nikita stated earlier, with the review of why we did the ordinance to begin with for bistros, and if he complies, and we as commissioners, and I was part of this myself, when we allowed maximum number of seats outdoors, and he complied with that, and he's 1 seat less. Again, I'm looking at this as a new applicant. It's not the same owner of Market North. If another applicant comes in front of us with meeting every code, every ordinance, and meeting every criteria in front of us, that's what I want you to base your decision tonight. That's my 2 cents on this. Commissioner Sherman.
I think that's a great point. And when we were faced with the situation with Toast, we only allowed them to put seating along the restaurant and not on the other side of the sidewalk or in the street. They then went through, after a number of years, they came back and asked if they could expand it based on their needs at that time. I would say we do the same thing. We treat them, you want to treat them as a new applicant? Let's treat them as a new applicant. That's how we've done it. So there's no reason to do otherwise.
All right, any other comments from the commission on the motion? And I'll give you the floor, Mr. Bongiovanni, in a second. You can comment on the motion. Commissioner
Jana as well.
I'm just trying to get the answer from Jana. Does she have the answer to how many parking spaces we're using?
I do. It is actually only 1. The areas to the south of that is a striped off area. So I'm sorry for that confusion. It's only 1.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That makes a huge difference. Okay. Any other commissioner comment on the motion? See none. Any comment on the motion by the public? Mr. Bongiovanni, go ahead.
Well, it's 1 parking spot, guys. And Ms. Hoff approved, I think, every bistro that I've been a part of in this process, and we're grateful for her support in the past. And we certainly wish for all commissioners to be comfortable with what's being asked of them today. We have a longer term view of this than anybody else could imagine. This is our livelihood as a family, and we don't take any of this work lightly. I'm reluctant to take away our request because I have to be honest with you. Part of the elements in applying and working with the city on these directives, we're really held to the teeth of what's being applied for. So having the best possibility going forward and being within the ordinances is part of the reasoning why our outdoor dining is maximized. I'm not interested in going into the street if it creates a dilemma that we can't be unanimous about this. And I'm more hopeful that everyone agrees with our thought process today, and we have the support of the whole commission. I don't need to build a platform in the street to accomplish that necessarily. I'm grateful if you give me that opportunity to make those decisions as I'm going forward. You know, Roman brought up something earlier. To get it right is a lot different than what people think. And to get it right is truly to sit around in a restaurant when there's nothing there and blue tape in your hands and trying to map out where everything is going to lay and how the guest is going to walk in the door before the door is ever built. And you can't believe how taxing that can be at times. And so the unknowns and the uncertainties, that's why we put forth that secondary plan is a culmination of 6 more months of thinking, you know, and 6 more months of trying to work within the system to try to make it as good as we possibly can for everyone involved. Most importantly, the guy that comes in the restaurant and eats there. That guy is so vital for us. There can't be a bad seat in the house. There can't be a bad place to sit and enjoy what's going on. Your visuals have to be there. And guess what? You don't even know what they are yet, but they're there. And that's what we're pouring into this thing. I'm grateful for Mr. Nikita to make the motion. If it helps to make everyone raise their hand and say, yes, I don't need to take that one spot up. It's not very much money from my expense. And for me, what it did was really make that street side vibrant. Like I could show you pictures of my phone from the summer when we took pictures of Sal's and Lux from our place. And then I go to Sal's and Lux and take a picture back. The action was great. The car lights, these are like paintings of what you hope a vibrant community looks like. And that's more of my motivation than anything else. Is try to create that street image that we had this summer and keep it going for as long as possible. So I guess I leave it to you to vote as you choose and what's necessary. But I guess that's my last.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mangiovanni. Ms. Hammond, any comment? You have your comment on the motion, please?
Nope, I have said my piece and it's late. Thank you very much for hearing me.
You got it. Your hand is raised, that's why.
I'm sorry, I hit that by accident.
No problem. Miss Amy Gooch?
Good evening. I know it's late. Can you hear me?
Go ahead with your comment on the motion, please.
Yes, I think these are unprecedented times, and this is a family that is highly committed to our community. And I'm listening to all of you talk, and Nikita, you recognized a lot in our city, and Jennifer Hammond did. We walk these streets every day. Not one person other than Nikita recognized a lot of the platforms. There's a platform across the street from Maury. There are platforms that were in the street by Bon Giovanni's, which are now gone. I get my hair done right down the street. I walk them every day. I go in and out of all of the businesses, and we're working hard to support them. This is the only business before us willing to invest in COVID times. We need to step up for them. They've given to our schools, to our churches, to our community groups. I just think our restaurants and our businesses deserve a chance. And they have given and given. So I say, step up for them. They go to the bathroom at Dick O'Dowd's. There's less bathrooms. Go to Street Side. Have you ever waited in line at any of those places? Go to any city, anywhere. This is a separate business than market, but bathrooms are not an issue. You don't wait in line at any restaurant in Birmingham to go to the bathroom. I just think our tax dollars need it in Birmingham. We're going to lose a tremendous amount of businesses. There are a lot on the brink. So I ask all of you to step up. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Ghosh, for your comment. Okay, Commissioner, please, I'm gonna have to stop the comments and go to vote. Commissioner Nikita, if you wanna please follow up.
I'll wrap it up if you
Seconds.
could. I would just say that we're losing one parking space. Other cities around us are putting platforms out to help the businesses. They're doing it in Plymouth, in Northville, doing it in Royal Oak. I think that we have enough platforms. We have a precedent. We have a criteria. We have a guideline. They're adhering to it. So I'm not going to pull the motion. I'm going to ask to call the question.
All right. Alex, would you please call the call the vote, please?
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
No.
Commissioner Baylor is absent, Commissioner Sherman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
No.
Mayor Boutros.
I guess yes, but that would not get us anywhere. It's tie, so motion failed. Okay, with that, Mr. Bongiovanni, I'm sorry that you have tried. It seems like it's a tie vote. We had one absent. Commissioner Sherman, go ahead.
I would propose that we approve the site plan excluding the tables that were designated to be on a platform.
Is that a motion from you, Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Second.
Commissioner Hoff?
So that will reduce the seating by how many? 36 seats west of the sidewalk will be eliminated. So there will be 28 immediately adjacent to the building and 52 inside. Is that correct? I need the restaurant people to answer.
Jenna, can you answer that, please?
Yes, if you eliminate the platform seating, I assume that you mean to eliminate the seating, as Commissioner Hoff just said, the 36 seats on the sidewalk / onto the platform.
Yes, I don't think I was clear. Yes.
If that's the case, there'd be 28 immediately adjacent to the building. And then it's up to you. The plan that you had in your packet was 44 seats inside. The revised plan showed tonight was 52 seats inside.
Okay, well, I second that motion and I will go along with that. I will support that. If it's 28 on the outside on the sidewalk next to the building and the 52 on the inside, that's the revised plan for a total of 80. I would support that.
Okay, a comment on the motion, Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Yes, I would just suggest that perhaps Commissioner Sherman would want to clarify his motion to include the fact that it's the newly revised site plan with the 52 interior seats plus the 10 at the bar and not the 44 and 10.
Yes, that is exactly. I was assuming that we were using the revised site plan.
Okay.
So my motion, that would be the motion.
Okay. Comment from commissioners on the motion? Comment from the public? Mr. Bongiovanni, go ahead.
If the contention is the platform, can I maintain the sidewalk seating that's up against the curb for that vibrancy that we've been alluding to and talking about throughout the meeting? I really think that that's the interaction with that guest cutting through that sidewalk is really, I thought it was actually a hope of the city to create those type of dining experiences on the sidewalk, that you wanted the guests to move through there needed to be that pedestrian aisleway through dining. I thought it was part of the ordinance to get to that.
Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
But we are including 28 seats immediately adjacent to the building. That's on the sidewalk, isn't it?
No.
Where are
That's on private property.
the 28 seats that are next to the building?
They are on private property under an overhang, yes. The only outdoor seats that are not are the ones along the sidewalk. I believe that there's 6 of those that were 4-tops along the sidewalk curb. And then there were 3 4-tops in the street, taking up 1 parking place. I'm willing to forego the parking place, but I would still like to have those 6 4-tops that sit along the curb and in between the sidewalk and the building.
Yeah. Commissioner Hoff, did you think that the 28 seats were on our sidewalk, the public property? It was a private.
Outside the building.
Yeah,
I'm sure they're outside the building because you have 52 inside. So you can't have the 28 inside too. The 28 are outside the building. They're
But not on the sidewalk.
immediately adjacent. Well, what are they on?
His private property and has an awning above him. So it's still his private property.
Inside or outside?
Outside.
Right, okay. That's my point. 28 seats outside and 52 inside. That's what I'm supporting.
Commissioner Sherman?
I would just point out that's very similar to what 220 has, where they have the outdoor dining on their private property.
Okay. Commissioners? Mayor Pro Tem Long?
And I would just point out that I think in other cases where we have, as Commissioner Sherman said, where we have declined to allow seating on the other side of the sidewalk, it's because we've had concerns about servers carrying alcohol back and forth and obstructing pedestrian traffic, trying to take care of those tables.
Okay. With that, can we please call the roll? Alex?
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor is absent. Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Thank you. Congratulations, Joe. Stay positive there, and things could change. You can always come forward in front of us in the future, and hopefully things will work out to the best for you and for the city.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep, stay positive. Thank you. Good luck. All right, with that, we go to under new business item B. We have a resolution to accept the proposed Birmingham Museum collection policy. Do we have Leslie Pilak? Ms. Pilak, good evening. You still here? Unmute yourself. Let's give it a second. Our museum director, Ms. Pilak, the floor is yours. Please give us a brief description. If this is a normal thing, but go ahead.
Good evening. The museum currently does not have a written collection policy. Such a policy would guide the management and care of the collection, and it would provide consistency from staff person to staff person and from year to year. And so before you is a proposed collection policy, and I'd like to just highlight a couple of the key aspects of the policy for your consideration. There is a need to clarify the process of accession and deaccession of items in the collection, because the deaccession removes an item from permanent care, and there are associated responsibilities with that. So the policy lays out how that would occur, who is responsible, what the governing authority levels are. Ultimately, anything removed from the collection policy would come back to the commission for final approval. The policy also clarifies that the financial status of the collection is essentially non-capitalized, with the exception of any items that are worth $5,000 or more, which would be followed as capital assets. And furthermore, it clarifies that should items be removed from the collection because they're inappropriate or unneeded, that any proceeds of any sales of those items, should they occur, would be maintained in a separate restricted manner, so that they're accounted for in such a way that those funds can only be used to enhance the collection in the future. The last item is the conditions whereby loans would be provided, either of collection items to our institution or of our institution to other institutions. So in essence, this codifies or clarifies specific guidelines so that things can continue in a consistent manner, so that the commission weighs in with any and all deaccessions that may occur. And to be clear about that, we do have things in our collection that were acquired at a time that they were seen as really helpful and appropriate, but they may not be as appropriate now. And there are other factors that weigh in when we want to consider deaccessioning an item. Once something is in our permanent collection, it really takes a lot of resources and effort to maintain it. So we don't want items in our collection that don't meet our need and don't meet our mission. And so that is also addressed in the policy. And so that is the conclusion of my presentation. Can I answer any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Pilak. Wonderful to put a policy for best practice. I believe this is a great thing to do, and I'll leave it to the commissioners to ask you a question. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
I know that a lot of residents donate items to the museum, and especially probably more so now because people have time and they're cleaning out their basements and they find things from years ago and they donate it to the museum. So what will be your policy moving forward? Will you take them? If you take them, how will you decide what to get rid of and what will you do with it?
Right, that's a good point, and we are getting a lot of donations. Our mission is to tell Birmingham's story. So when we receive items or we are offered items from the public and they relate to Birmingham's story, Birmingham's families, objects, artifacts that are part of our history, we accept those items into our collection. So I don't see there being too much concern with new items coming in. Occasionally, we do get redundant offers of items. For example, the 75th anniversary edition of the Observer Eccentric, many people have kept that, and we have a number of those copies, so we don't need more of those. So that might be a donation that we don't need, or that goes to the Baldwin Library instead. But in general, the letters, the documents, the photographs, all those personal items, those are things we seek and we really want.
Hey, any other questions for Ms. Pilak? Seeing none. You entertain a motion. Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, I appreciate the effort gone through here with Leslie and her team, and I believe this is a great thing to get the museum further forward in the process. It's an important part of the city, and I'm glad to see that this is being done. So with that, I'll move to accept the proposed Birmingham Museum collection policy.
Second.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Long. Comment on the motion by the commission? Seeing none. Comment on the motion by the public, if there is any public still with us. Let's see. No comments. Awesome. Will the clerk please go ahead with the roll call?
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Commissioner Host. Right, I see his name, but I don't see him.
should, Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor is absent, Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros. Should
Yes.
he be marked as absent for Commissioner Host?
I'm sorry.
He's here. Commissioner Host, we have a motion and seconded. We're going for the roll call. Do we have your
Yes.
support? Okay. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. Leslie, thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. Oh, we still have one more item for you. We have, I'm looking where we at now. Item C, a resolution to accept the proposed final design for the Birmingham Museum Heritage Zone and plan for implementation of its first phase elements of primary signage, fencing modifications, and gates, and installation of 3 pioneer elm trees. Go ahead, Ms. Pilak, the floor is yours.
You just summarized it so well.
This is pretty much it.
The museum board recently updated its strategic plan, and a priority in the plan is to implement the landscape master plan for the heritage zone. A detailed design was drawn up about a year ago, and funds are now available to implement the first phase of this component of the plan. And you mentioned the elements in the title of the project, which include design of some of the fencing, permanent signage, and the introduction of 3 pioneer elm trees, which would replace non-historic trees with the appropriate tree from the period when the Allens owned the house. So the features of the first phase of implementation are outlined in your packet. And as I mentioned, we do have funds, mostly from donated funds, available to begin this phase. So the museum board would like to proceed with the implementation of this plan through this first phase work. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, more energy for questions? For Ms. Pilak, no questions. All right. Question from the public to our museum director. See none. Do I entertain a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Sherman, make the motion.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Host. Any comment on the motion by the commissioners? Seeing none. Any comment on the commissioner by the public? Seeing none. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor absent, Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you, Alex. With that, we go to item D under new business. It's a resolution to approve the release of an additional 50 graves in section B and C in Greenwood Cemetery for sale to the public. Who do we have on this?
Once again, that's my item.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Pilak.
The sales of grave plots in Greenwood Cemetery have depleted the available plots that were released by the commission in 2015. So the Greenwood Cemetery Advisory Board is requesting the release of 50 additional graves to meet the anticipated future need. Based on our current information, there are 245 plots available. Releasing 50 would leave 195 for future use. And that is the end of my presentation. Can I answer any questions?
Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please, with your question.
What I understand is the plots that you want released are in sections B and C, which are the historical sections. Is that correct?
The plots that are available now in the cemetery are primarily in B and C. That's correct. Okay. They do have historic areas, but I don't know that the entire section of B and C are all historic. I'm not sure of that.
Well, through the years, I have consistently voted against this, against B and C in the historic district, in the historic areas. And I see how they're put in between other historic graves. And in my opinion, I don't care for that, because we have enough other areas that are not full. There is D, K, L, and O that also have graves available. And I would be in favor of exploring those before we sell any more in B and C. Another aspect is throughout the duration of the cemetery board, one of the top priorities, including the current report, is ground penetrating radar to determine where there are spaces. And this has been a priority for several years, and it's never been done. So there may be many more spaces without going into the historic areas. So I am opposed to issuing more or allowing more grave sites in B and C, the two historic areas, but I am not opposed to focusing on D, K, L, and O, and anywhere else where there are available grave sites.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Pilak.
I just want to point out that according to the data that was available at the time that this report was put together, the most recent data in the table, there are only a handful of identified sites in L and O, and there are 6 sites available in D according to the information we have. But our understanding is that the majority of available graves, at least those known, are in sections B and C. And so that's why the Greenwood Cemetery Board did make this recommendation.
But in the past, they have for many, many years not wanted them, especially in B. It has not been approved. Now, this time they said B and C. Well, I have not been in favor of B and C since we've been discussing it. I am in favor of the other areas, but not B and C.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Yes, I also read back and saw the concerns that past commissions had about B and the historic areas of B and C. And my concern about moving forward with this is that you state that B and C have 239 sites available and you're asking for 50, but you haven't showed us which 50, and there's no map to show us what 50 sites you're talking about that you want to sell and what 195 sites would be left in reserve. I also echo Commissioner Hoff's concerns about finishing up the GIS mapping and the ground penetrating radar. So, I mean, if you wanted to move forward with D, L, and O, that would give you 12 sites immediately. Or we could wait until you could come back with more information about which 50 sites you are proposing out of the 239.
Okay, other commissioners, comments? Do we have a majority consensus of directing Ms. Pilak to come back with more clarification on Commissioner Hoff's request and Mayor Pro Tem Long? I believe, Ms. Pilak, then we're going to take no action on this item tonight, and to provide us more information at a later date. Commissioner Sherman?
I would actually suggest that we authorize the remaining lots in D, L, and O tonight. Because right now there is, as I understand it, no inventory to sell if someone were to come in. Is that correct?
That's our understanding, yes. In fact, actually, one additional site was sold beyond those that were released. So 240 were released in 2015, and actually 241 have been sold.
Let's fix that right now. And we have these 12 spots. Let's authorize those for sale.
But Commissioner Sherman, are we clear on, are we definite on the number of availability? Are there 12?
According to the report that we have here, there are identified sites in D of 6, in
Correct.
L of 2, and an O of 4.
And is that correct information, Ms. Pilak? If we can take that?
That is the best information I have and the most recent information I have.
Good enough. Commissioner Hoff has a comment too.
Yes, the information that we received is there were 530 potential grave plots were identified in B, C, D, K, L, and O, 530. Now, to date, 241 have been sold, which means there should be close to 300 grave plots available. I don't know where they are.
Right, and I think your point is very well taken. Those numbers were adjusted. Those numbers were provided by the previous contractor, Elmwood Cemetery, and those were adjusted in the past couple of years with new information. So I think the point of the GIS work would help narrow down more precisely exactly what's available and where it is located, especially with the ground penetrating radar.
Okay, but the same person has been our outside contractor the whole time. She may have been with Elmwood at first, but now it's the same person. So I don't know if there were any adjustments, but I see that D, K, L, and O were supposed to have spots available, places available. So I would certainly support selling those so that we have something available.
Commissioner Sherman,
Actually, I just looking at this report a little closer, it looks like the total remaining at the end of the second quarter only has 6 in D, that the lots in L and O are gone. They've been sold. Am I looking at that correctly?
Yes, you are looking at that correctly. Those have been sold.
So we have 6 lots available in D at the present time that we're aware of.
That we're aware of, yes.
And that's what I was afraid of, Commissioner Sherman. That's why I asked the question, because in her earlier presentation, she mentioned the number 6.
So with that, I will make a motion to authorize the 6 grave sites in section D be available for sale and request that additional information be provided to us as to the requested 50 graves in B and C.
Second.
As was discussed.
Yep, is that clear, Alex, the motion?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Comment on the motion? From the commissioner, seeing none. From the public? Seeing none. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor is absent. Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
I have one more question before Ms. Pilek leaves.
Oh, go ahead.
Do we know where the one plot that was sold that exceeded the authorized lots?
There is a record, but I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that right now.
Was it in B and C?
Yes, it was in B and C or C.
Okay, so I would make a motion that the one lot that was sold that exceeded the authorized plots be authorized, so that they have the authority to sell it.
Seconded by Commissioner Host. Commissioner comments on the motion? None. Public comment on the motion? None. Will the clerk please call the roll on that?
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor absent. Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Now we can say thank you, Ms. Pilek, and I love the background of what you have on the screen. Very nice. Take care. With that, we go to item E, resolution to go into closed session to review pending litigation in the matter of Lyons versus the City of Birmingham pursuant to Section 8E of the Open Meeting Act. I do believe, oh, Commissioner Sherman, go ahead.
So moved.
Awesome.
Second.
Any comment on the motion, commissioners? None. Public? None. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor absent. Mayor Boutros?
Here, thank you. Yes. And we don't anticipate any action as a result of our meeting when we come back. With that, we go to item F as Frank on the new business. It's commission discussion on items from the prior meeting. Seeing none. Item G, commission items for future discussion. Commissioners, do we have any motion for any item discussion? Seeing none, we go to items removed from consent agenda. We have none. Communications, reports, commissioner reports, notice of intent to appoint to the Public Arts Board and the Stormwater Utility Appeals Board. B is commissioner comments. Any comments from the commissioners? See none. Go item C, advisory boards, committees, commission reports, agendas. We have several reports. I think we have the ethics majority opinion for case 2020-01. We have also ethics minority opinion for case 2020-01. And then we have the Greenwood Cemetery annual report, city commission subcommittee to recognize our city manager, Mr. Valentine, and Commissioner Nikita, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question regarding the reports. Regarding the City of Birmingham Board of Ethics complaint 2020-001, Donna Klein, complainant, and Commissioner Baller, respondent, that there's a majority and a minority opinion, and there are a number of different items within both that I think are, as a commissioner, and this is all about sort of what a commissioner's ethical duties are. And I frankly have some questions regarding this. So I would like to request having this on an agenda item in the future and dialoguing on what exactly is the what commissioner requirements are allowed or not allowed when it comes to some of the items that were within this report, because I think it affects all of us in terms of what is expected for us and what is allowed from an ethical standpoint. And frankly, there's a pro and a con here, and it's not necessarily definitive because it's essentially a split decision on how this is determined. So it's nebulous, it's questionable. And I asked the question, what exactly is, when it comes to some of these items of communications and the public and what have you, what is the criteria for allowed or not allowed from an ethical standpoint? So whether that's something that can be determined by our city attorney or something that we need to get some clarity on, frankly, it's a little too nebulous when I read this to identify whether something is appropriate or not. And so I ask whether or not that's something that that we could somehow get an answer to. Maybe the city attorney can help on that. What the best process is for us to understand what is appropriate or not appropriate when it comes to ethical communications with the public and elsewhere.
Would you like me to respond, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would suggest that if this is going to be an agenda item, that the chair of the Board of Ethics appear to answer those questions, because they interpret what they believe to be the ordinance. They interpret it and apply it. I believe that they're the best persons to offer that advice, especially in the world of so many technical and virtual communications. Those are probably good questions for all the commissioners to understand and appreciate.
Thank you, Ms. Kucherik. Mayor Fortan-Low?
Yeah, so I guess I would point out that these aren't reports, they're opinions, and it wasn't necessarily a split decision. It was a 2-to-1 decision, and the two members of the ethics board did not find that there was a violation, and there was a dissenting opinion that did. But the chair is the person who wrote the dissenting opinion, as I recall. And so I would be concerned that if we're going to have the ethics board present to us, we would have all three of them, because obviously the chair saw things very differently than the other two.
Okay, Ms. Kucharik?
Yes, let me be clear. I don't think to talk about the actual opinion and dissect their opinion would be appropriate. I'm speaking, and I think Commissioner Nikita was speaking in general terms, not specific ethics allegation of their opinion. I don't actually think that would be appropriate for them to rehash their opinion. I think, and why I said the chair is to talk about in general terms what a commissioner should do, shouldn't do, how they present themselves in public forums, etc. So I agree that discussion of how they arrived at their decisions in this particular issue, I don't think is appropriate. They made their opinion, wrote their opinion. I'm speaking in terms of generalities.
Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, to be clear about my request, Ms. Kucharik is exactly on point. My question is a general question I think we should all ask and be aware of, just like we did when we had a dialogue with Coco Stewart about what is appropriate in when we're running our meetings and addressing our meetings and where things should fall and not. There was a lack of clarity as to what was appropriate or not appropriate, and that was addressed by a review by her, which I think was very helpful. My question, when I look at this and I read these ethical reports, these ethics reports, it's unclear to me because there are a variety of different positions, and it's just a matter of understanding exactly what we're expected to do as commissioners when it comes to ethics. So it's not necessarily specific to this. It's more of a general question so we know the appropriate nature of how we address things and do things going forward and align with them so that we're doing what is best in the best interest of the public and the people that we represent. So that's however we get there. I'm surely open, but this brings up a number of questions that aren't answered in my mind. It's just a clarification situation.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead, please.
I have attended ethics board training put on by all three members of the ethics board in the past, and it was most helpful, and I would not object to doing that again in that format as a training.
Yeah, that sounds good. I believe we're speaking the same language, just it's a different approach from different commissioners. Ms. Kucharik, I do believe the direction is clear. I think if we do need questions to be answered, I believe from Commissioner Nikita's point is we can have any person of the ethic board, or we can ask for joint session or whatever it is, like we did with Ms. Coco Stewart, and ask questions, or just to educate ourselves and really get any unclear questions to be clear.
I agree, and I think as a training session, that was well stated, Mayor Pro Tem, that this would be a training session in generalities, and I would caution any discussion about their opinion in the past case.
Sure.
That would be inappropriate.
Absolutely. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. With that, we go to item D, legislation. Item E, city staff. We have a report on our outdoor dining enclosure status. Unfortunately, it's a late night, and not sure if you guys have any questions about that. Okay. With that, yes. Oh, go ahead.
Maybe Mr. Valentine can just tell us what's being done on that.
Mr. Valentine, can you please give us a brief description and a summary of what's the floor is.
Certainly, Mayor. Happy to. Given the concerns that have been expressed with the outdoor dining establishments, we have had staff comprised of the building department, the fire marshal, the police department, all making visits to ensure that there is compliance with these establishments. We have found that there are establishments that are not in compliance. We have been issuing violations as a result of that. That has been ongoing. We had crews out today, in fact, doing site inspections and have found some additional violations. So there's active enforcement occurring currently. You'll note that some of the issues that we've had previously with some of the structures that were put up without approval have been removed. So we are seeking and obtaining compliance as a result of the actions we put forward. And that's an ongoing process, and we wanted to give you an update on that process with the report this evening.
And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Did that answer your question, Commissioner Hoff? And go
When,
ahead.
when will these be heard in court?
Miss Kucharik, please go ahead. Can you answer that? I think you have the dates for that, right? The hearings?
Not all the dates have been set. Normally, an arraignment is scheduled 14 days after the issuance of a violation. I am understanding that some of those tickets have been moved by a week or so. Because of the Zoom hearings, scheduling is a little bit different at the 48th District Court. But they will be heard within, I would say, the next 14 days. I can report that of the 6 original tickets that were issued, 5 of the establishments have reached out and began conversations asking what they can do between now and their arraignment to comply and to have some favorable outcome. One establishment has not reached out at all, and they have received additional violations today.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. With that, I would like to recess and go to closed session. And we will be back. Oh, can you hear me? They're all muted.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for a short night meeting. Meeting adjourned. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Or good morning.
Bye, everyone.